for the Salvation Army.
It having reached the hour of 5:30, I am calling the May 9th, 2023 Modesto City Council meeting to order and ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Vice Mayor Ricky.
Present.
Councilmember Bavaro.
Present.
Councilmember Williams.
Present.
Councilmember Wright.
Here.
Councilmember Escudia-Brayton is absent. Councilmember Alvarez.
Here.
Mayor Zwollen.
Here. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation from Scott Nelson, Covenant Grove Church. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, our Creator, the author of life, maker of all that's good, Lord, thank you for who you are. Thank you for every single person in this town, our wonderful city of Modesto. Lord, you love every single person here. And God, I pray tonight for this meeting. I pray for our leaders. I pray for every person here that we can continue to do all that we can do to help every person in this city. Lord, thank you for all that you've done, and help us, guide us tonight. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Does the city clerk have any announcements?
Items 5 and items 10 have been pulled from consent.
All right, thank you. Do any of the council members have any conflicts of interest?
Yes, Madam Mayor. On the hearing for number 16, I am on the board for the Salvation Army, and I will recuse myself from the vote.
All right, thank you. Will the city attorney report out on closed session?
Mayor, the council considered a few items today under closed session. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Item 1, next on the agenda, is a proclamation declaring May 7th through the 13th as National Public Service Recognition Week. And I will read the proclamation. The residents of the City of Modesto are served every single day by public servants at every level in the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government. These unsung heroes do the work that keeps our community strong and moving forward. And public employees take not only jobs, but oaths to perform their duties to the best of their abilities. And public servants, including police officers, firefighters, corrections officers, doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals, and others risk their lives each day in service to the people of the city. And public servants in utilities, community and economic development, public works, finance, human resources, information technology, parks and recreation, city manager's office, city attorney's office, city council office, city clerk's office, and countless other employees provide diverse services day in and day out for the people of Modesto with efficiency and integrity. And without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. And now, therefore, I, Sue Zwollen, Mayor of the City of Modesto, do hereby proclaim the week of May 7th through 13th as Public Service Recognition Week and encourage our residents to recognize the accomplishment and contributions of all the hardworking and deserving public employees of the City of Modesto. And accepting this will be our City Manager, Joe Lopez, who has a few comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I humbly accept this proclamation on behalf of the hard-working men and women of the City of Modesto. This is not about any one person, but the collective we represent in serving our community. Time and time again, our public servants tackle the most complex problems that face our community, answering a call that's sometimes much greater than themselves. Each and every one of them have gone above and beyond to show what it is possible when we work together. I'm humbled by our city's workforce our city's workforce's incredible work, and I'm thankful to be a part of this agency. Public servants like our City of Modesto employees make communities possible and make Modesto the great city it is today. Their contributions make a real difference in supporting our organization's mission, and I'm honored to work alongside them here in the City of Modesto. To all our hardworking and dedicated employees, I'd like to wish you a happy and productive Public Service Recognition Week. Thank you for your service.
All right, thank you. I will give you the proclamation here, and we can stand, whoever would like to stand, and we will take a photograph. You're welcome. Thank you. Next is a proclamation declaring May 21st through 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week. I will read the proclamation. Public works services are provided for our community and are a vital and integral part of everyday lives for the citizens of the City of Modesto. And the support of the community is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems such as streets, parking, fleet maintenance, building maintenance, solid waste collection, community forestry, traffic engineering and operations, and airport operations. And those facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who represent the City of Modesto. And those individuals build, operate, and maintain services that are vital to the residents of Modesto. And it is important to the community that citizens and civic leaders understand the role that a well-maintained public infrastructure plays in protecting the environment, improving public health and safety, contributing to economic vitality, and enhancing the quality of life of every community. Now, therefore, I, Suze Wallen, Mayor of the City of Modesto, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st through May 27th as National Public Works Week, and call upon all residents and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works services and recognize the contributions that public works employees make every day in support of our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Accepting will be Bill Sandu, Public Works Director, for Public Works Week proclamation. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Sandu, Public Works Director. I just wanted to recognize the contribution made by the Public Works, Utilities, and Parks Department staff that works through nights, weekends, storms, even a pandemic, to continue delivering the critical services our community depends on every day. Thank you for your service and keep up good work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So thank you for being here this evening, as you are every meeting. I'll now bring the proclamation down and present it. Thank you. You're right.
Long time no see. Congratulations. You've got a wedding and now this.
All right, next is item 3, Modesto Convention and Visitors Bureau presentation. And this will be presented by Todd Aronson, CEO of Visit Modesto.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, council members, and city leadership. We appreciate your time in the tourism industry, and I'm happy to give an update on what's happening for Visit Modesto and in the industry around the community. Your support and interest in how destination management works closely with government and economic development is unique and very progressive in our industry. Thank you for that foresight. Starting with a business overview. Obviously, travel has changed significantly since 2019. Our community has weathered it quite well, better than most communities in the country. Though the work of the hospitality community helped Modesto exceed expectations and revenue, even projections during the height of the pandemic, the impact of inflation, gas prices, war in Eastern Europe, and fear of recession has slowed down travel quite a bit in that great ride of the hospitality wave. The biggest impacts we see are on mid-level business travel, group and conventions, and the international bus travel, the tour business we all see. Those segments are not projected to recover until after 2025. Add to that what would have been a record holiday season for Mo Cheer and the almond blossom season, where it literally rained for about 100 days. The result was we saw demand during that period drop about 25%. However, our partners have done an outstanding job the past 12 months, and where we expected close to a 10% drop in revenue and tax collections, the impact's only been about 3 to 4%. So kudos to them and for your support. For our special programs, last fall we launched Mo Pink, a program celebrating women's health. The interest and demand were so good that we're making it an annual program now. Last year, visitors helped us donate over $6,000 to Haven. Mo Cheer was successful with demand from a 90-mile drive market at levels we haven't seen in previous years. The rain kept long-distance visitors away, but the season went well. The demand on the Almond Blossom Cruise online was unbelievable, and visitors that came were amazed. Again, we had rain every weekend, so it had a big impact. Next year should be huge. The Walking Mural Tour in downtown launched last week, and that was earlier this month, and our Mo Fresh Ag Tourism will launch next week. In the future, we're planning to revive Taco Quest, review how to implement a Garage Fest, and have a taste of Modesto in downtown next June. Big wows in the press recently from the Washington Post, Forbes, Tasting Table, Good Day Sacramento, ABC Los Angeles, and more. The world is really interested in what's going on here in our ag community. All this would be tough to execute with our small team, but with your assistance, we've been able to accomplish some great things. We bring media and travel writers to the community to show off the assets of our community. And in early March, we hosted a group of travel writers. One attendee was so impressed, she wrote a letter she wanted us to share with you that I feel really sums up the work we do and the efforts of our entire community. When we read her letter, our team was so blown away that we actually hired a narrator to record the letter, and our lead creative, Anthony, put it all to video. So here is a video narrated to the letter from Andy Jasperson that tells us what Modesto and our work is all about. Drum roll.
Dear Modesto leaders, movers, and shakers, I just came back from a visit. To be frank, I love your city. I love the vibe, the dedication to the arts, the ag scene, the business owners, the projects in the works. Your town is the real deal, and most people don't even know it yet. I'm genuinely excited to see how your community's future rolls out. As I observe, here's what I'll be honing in on. Agritourism. Visit Modesto has done a bang-up job connecting with local partners and incorporating technology to make the ag industry accessible. The annual Almond Blossom Cruise will be the catalyst for many more projects to come, with stone fruit season around the bend. Our stops around the county for almond butter milkshakes, family-made cheese, freshly butchered tri-tip, fifth-generation cold-pressed olive oil, and hand-tossed popcorn brought the region to life and can be enjoyed all year long, regardless of what produce is in season or which blossoms cling to the trees. This could be a cash cow for your community, if you will forgive the pun. Today's travelers yearn for more experiential, hands-on vacation options because involvement is inherent to developing meaning. The arts. Your mural game is on point. The upcoming audio tour for your downtown murals is a beautiful addition to enrich the walls in the heart of your city. The investment into expanding this collection annually encourages repeat visits and should invoke pride in your residents. I highly recommend a community-painted mural. The more skin in the game, the broader the support network grows. Lean in and prop up your galleries and Third Thursday partners. And can we take a moment to applaud the theater scene? The fact that you have an arts center like the Gallo Center in a community this size is truly impressive. Super props to the Latino arts that are nurtured in your city. The Prospect Theater reinvents their intimate space 6 times a year with volunteers on stage, and the gorgeous State Theater with its multi-purpose stage has such incredible opportunities. With some PR efforts to grow awareness to the surrounding region, there could be some major opportunities. The fact that Visit California selected Modesto as an official Welcome Center site will be huge to Modesto, particularly since it will be bundled together with an attraction that evokes nostalgia and draws in the gearheads. The Graffiti Museum has the potential to be a powerhouse as it gets pulled together and polished. Activities surrounding the local festival are natural deep dives for the fanatics. Lean into the unique elements of Modesto's history and grow them. In our 3-day whirlwind of sights, smells, and conversations, it became clear. Modesto's greatest asset is her people. The stories within your community make up a fabric that is rich in texture and history. Multi-generation industries barely exist anymore, but every few hours our group would visit another and meet the deeply rooted individuals that love this place, that chose to stay and make the region rich with experiences. Whether it is sharing local delicacies or bringing the world's banquet to a Modesto table, the passion and commitment of the storytellers is clear. And that is something other communities are begging to have. The tourism industry is becoming more integrated in communities, and they realize that the residents are as much their audience as visitors are. This shift from destination marketing to a role in destination managing works in tandem with other community entities to help enrich the local experience and address local challenges. I see Visit Modesto doing this organically, and they are ahead of the curve in many areas. Modesto has an incredible foundation to build from, and I can't wait to read about what happens next, particularly as more and more relationships are forged and the pride of place increases. Your potential is palpable. Run with it. Best of luck in your partnerships. Andy J.
Unedited letter from Andy. So thank you. And that's what Modesto is all about from a tourism standpoint.
Thank you very much. Beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
All right, next is public comment period. Does anyone wish to speak on any item under public comment? And this is for items not on the council agenda, and each person has 3 minutes to speak. I notice that I have quite a few blue cards that are connected, I believe, with item 17, but I will read your names because my understanding is that some want to speak now. I'm only hoping that you stay to hear the presentation on what we are doing regarding the unhoused in our community, but that will be item 17. So I will read these in the order that I received them. And again, each person has 3 minutes to speak. James Costello.
James Costello, thank you. I'm here representing a group of citizens called the Modesto Citizens Action Group. And first of all, I want to thank you, the council and the city of Modesto, as well as Stanislaus County, for all the efforts you've made to work on homelessness. But as I think you will hear from others, we are kind of in a humanitarian crisis in many ways. Our group is focused on trying to get elected officials to increase the number of non-market-based housing stock by providing simple, basic, temporary housing for people who are homeless living on the streets, basically Tier 1 type structures, where they can kind of get off the street and then ultimately get services and move on, hopefully, to Tier 2 and other types of housing. So that is our focus. We've already met with several of you, and we plan to meet with every one of you, as well as all the supervisors, and see if the county and city can work together to solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next online, I will go to Darlene Ruiz.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Today I come to you again asking City Council to designate April 24th as Trevor Seaver Day. As Sacramento city officials have declared March 18th Stephon Clark Day, and that officer was never fired or charged. Oakland city officials declared February 27th Oscar Grant Day. Why aren't Modesto city officials granting Trevor Seaver Day? We have unofficially made Trevor Seaver Day ours the past 2 years, asking our community to do something kind in memory of Trevor. 2 weeks ago, I was assaulted by a Proud Boy, destroying a lawn sign, a Trevor Seaver lawn sign at a gas station. I had happened to be driving by. I thought it was an employee at the gas station, so I was asking him why he was removing it, because I already got permission from the owner to put it up there. When he walked closer to me, I realized it was Proud Boy Sean Kuckendall. He yelled, is he your son? I responded, yes. He screamed, fuck you and fuck your son. You're ruining our community, and broke the sign over his leg and threw it at me, hitting my arm. Please, City Council, do not allow hate to win in our city. You honor fallen officers. Why do we not honor civilians killed by officers? Trevor should be honored in our community, sacrificing his life to bring change, positive change to our community. I'm pleading with you, City Council, do not pay off a victim's family and sweep it under a rug. Let Trevor's life be a reminder to our community we stand against police brutality, and this be a reminder to police officers to think before using deadly force. We have worked very hard to make positive changes in our community with City Council, with implementing Forward Together. Please remember why this committee was formed. All we are asking is on April 24th to do an act of kindness, to do something nice for someone in honor of Trevor. How can bringing kindness to our community be a negative? Please honor our request in declaring April 24th Trevor Seaver Day, and let's make our community better together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in person, I have Leticia Gonzalez.
Hi, hello. I lived in this community all my life, and I've worked in my community, played on teams, for my community. And my son was murdered here at Mellis Park in the year 2017, and now it's 2023. This will be my second time coming here and speaking about bringing something back to the Martin Luther King Park. Since I did come here asking, I believe there was $8 million funded for them, and it's now year 2023. I see they took the Boys and Girls Club out also. I haven't seen any more lighting over there, and I didn't see a camera either. I'm just wondering, what is the city, what is the next round for, when is this project gonna start, or what's going on?
If you'd like a response to that, there is a lot coming forward, and Allison Van Gilder here can give you specific
Yeah,
information.
I seen it in your agenda, but not just that. Ever since I came here to ask for that, me myself, where I've worked, where I went to school, the things that I have accomplished here in the city of Modesto, seems like I'm not able to get a hold of any of my information. Modesto City Schools won't give me my work history, or that I started the job and went before the board to ask for the job, and I was the first worker there crossing on 132. They failed to have me going in circles asking for that information, and I don't know where else or what to do, because I want to do my taxes, but I'm not going to do them unless I have the right information, and I want to move forward. I've took a hard life of these past 10 years, and now I'm ready to move forward with my life. I still have another juvenile to take care of, and I can't move forward without all of my accomplishments. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Next is Eric Kane.
It's nice to see familiar faces. I gotta get a text out here. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and especially thank you for your public service. I know it's not easy. I'd like to speak on homelessness, which I realize is coming up later, and perhaps some of these points will be covered more extensively then. As some of you know, I've been out among the homeless population in Modesto for over 8 years. I've interacted with hundreds of homeless people in that time. Today, there are more homeless people in our parks and on our streets than ever. I've never seen as many. I believe one of the chief problems we have in Modesto is the lack of a homeless management action plan with defined outcomes and simple metrics for success. We especially need a management plan that includes a linear chain of command and custody. There are so many agencies, nonprofits, volunteers, and government entities involved in homelessness that there's no coherent understanding of who is out there and what they need. A lot of these homeless people have case managers who don't even know where they are. No idea where they are. The one thing people on the ground do know is that there is not enough help. We do not have enough housing and services to meet the growing needs of our homeless population. Given these facts, we must find a way to reduce the number of people in our parks and on our streets that is as cost-effective, timely, and humane as possible. Most of us would agree that two of the prime responsibilities of government are to maintain law and maintain order. So far, most likely because homelessness is a relatively recent occurrence, we've tried to use law to maintain order with homelessness. The problem is that it's not against the law to be homeless. Homeless people have as much right to use our parks and other public places as anyone else. The simple fact is they have nowhere else to go. If we've learned nothing else over the years, we should have learned that sweeps and chasing people around town don't work. It would be far more effective to have designated staging areas where homeless people can safely sleep and watch their belongings than have them chased from place to place. Once in safe areas, we could begin a process of assessment and triage. It is inhumane and cruel to push the elderly, the disabled, the traumatized, and the most vulnerable among us into the dirt. We can and must do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Marcy Walters.
Good evening. I didn't realize we were talking about the homeless until I got here tonight. So my comments may seem rather trivial in comparison. However, this last week, I was faced with issues regarding solid waste management. Ever since we converted to the 3-container system, it hasn't been as apparent as the need to have our yard waste picked up every week until this week hit when spring came and all the cleanup happened. And it's only getting picked up every other week. I would have been doing a lot more yard work up to this point, but I had an injury in February, so all my yard work got pushed off till the same couple of weeks here when I had some good weather after the rain disappeared. And I had so much yard waste, I had to pile it up in my backyard. I had to ask my neighbor for their extra space if I could throw away the yard waste. I realized that the state mandate for recycling created an issue with the yard waste not being picked up every week. But I know that their pilot program is coming up for discussion. It's coming to an end, and I would really appreciate if we could have a yard waste pickup every week, not just every other week. It's really problematic. That would be my suggestion. I also do not like how large the blue recycle bins are. They take up a lot of space in my yard, in my backyard, and it could have been half that size. I don't even fill it to a quarter, and I recycle almost everything. I even pull things out of the garbage my husband stuck in there and stick them in the blue recycle. So it's way oversized. I don't know if there's any way to get a smaller one. Those are my comments. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. Next, John Gunderson.
I wrote it, make it easy. Good evening, council. Glad to be here. Glad to see you at work. About the homeless. On this topic, we have been moving at the speed of government. Modesto, Stanislaus County can do much better. One of the best examples of what is possible exists in Eugene, Oregon. They have been doing micro-shelter enclaves for years and have been quite successful at it. That'd be the community supported shelters. They're on the internet. They have a web page. Community supported shelter. Their system has expanded to other communities. A couple of years ago, I provided information to a previous council here on Eugene's effort and Redding's plan, the city of Redding, to have similar enclaves. Currently, Redding has an enclave with the Conestoga microshelter design and some pallet shelters. They also have a medical respite program shelter. A Lutheran church there has 4 pallet shelters installed on their property, and this will likely expand to other churches as courage develops. Many of Eugene's enclaves are on church properties. Sacramento opened the door to microshelters by easing building requirements for the purpose of addressing homelessness. City has this information, you all know, or should know. City also has Redding's detailed plans on how to run the system. Modesto would have copied and pasted the plan 2 years ago as it was provided to council. Has council approved any plans for enclaves yet? Like I said, speed of government. About the same time that I provided the information, Councilman Ricky, Supervisors Condit and Rithrow, Modesto City Schools ROP Director, 2 construction teachers, and myself met at Downey High School to discuss building the Conestoga design of microshelter. MCS would like to do it, especially if resources are provided. Since MCS is governmental, getting the resources to them shouldn't be much of a challenge. I believe federal and state funding for the purpose of constructing shelters would be a natural since they fund the high schools already. There's some leverage for you on that. How many high schools have construction programs in our county? Downey High School has been building dog houses. I like having micro-shelter construction done locally. Makes sense, better than sending dollars to LA for pallet shelters. Pallet shelters were costing around $4,000 last I heard, maybe more now. A Conestoga costs around $1,200, maybe less with some finagling. City and county have been cryptic on this topic. We hear about purchasing old motels, refurbish them. Not every homeless person is suited to that kind of arrangement. I suggest making real effort to help the most marginalized of the homeless and put Modesto on the map as a leader in California. That would fit in with your tourism.
Your
I don't
time
think
is up.
wallowing in the current situation is a good idea.
Thank you. Next is Steve Allen.
There was a line from that puff piece video that we all watched referring to Modesto being full of people who had their own stories. I've been involved with advocating on behalf of victims of police killing in this town for about 2 years now, and I have seen you guys do absolutely nothing but humiliate me, mock me, laugh at me, and do nothing. I'm here today to remind you that there are stories, and I see you guys constantly ignoring them. This town still has a problem with violence and corruption in its law enforcement and in its public officials. People notice we're not going away, okay? Last year on July 4th, Jacob Mertz, who a lot of you think of as some kind of a celebrity, responded to a call for service. A man was having a mental health crisis. The situation was going quite well, and everyone was like, wow, look how great they're handling it. Mertz and his partner left the knives in the bedroom. Think about that. Nobody wants to talk about a lot of the details in these police killings and the mishandlings of various situations. But Jacob Mertz created the situation wherein he had a reason to shoot a dude. And why are we not talking about that? I think that's disgusting. We still have no justice for Paul Chavez. None of you even bat an eyelash. There was no reason whatsoever for Sam Muncie to shoot him. There was no reason for them to manhandle his body, to mistreat his family. There was no reason for the EMTs to delay in rendering service. This town has a problem. It's not going to go away. And I don't care what kind of program you guys have with trying to give this town a better image. It won't work. Because people know. It's called the internet. Your cops murder people. I had less than lethal weapons pointed in my face from less than 10 feet away because I wanted to stand up for black lives. This stuff, there's countless more examples. This town has a problem. This county has a problem with police violence, and it hasn't gone away because you talk about Forward Together. You guys have talked about it, and I am very hopeful that real change will come, but we haven't seen it yet. So until we see actual, substantive, real action and the results, we don't have to see videos of our cops murdering people. That's what we're looking for here, folks. Until that actually happens, we have a problem. Stop throwing money at the police department over and over and over again. Thank you.
All right, next is Derek Castle.
I'll wait until later, thank you.
Okay. Next is Robert Randaba. Okay. And then Linnell Solomon.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Linnell Solomon, and I'm very nervous. I do outreach. I go out on the streets weekly, and I serve around 100 to 120. I feed them, I clothe them, I give them toiletries. I've been fortunate enough to join forces with SHARE. Together we're filling a gap that the city and the county should be doing. I go on the streets and I do the same route every week so I can get to know everybody by name and individually, personally. I help them with whatever they need. I help them if they want to get off drugs. I try to help them get off the streets if I can help them with homelessness, with housing. I'm going to speak about the most pressing issue currently on the streets. When I first started with this endeavor, I never thought in a million years that I'd be finding 60, 70, and 80-year-olds on the streets. I was and am still appalled by the number of elderly people we have on our streets. We as a society have failed our elderly, and it is up to us to repair it. Lack of affording housing is the main issue for our elderly. We have new homeless daily because they can't afford rent and the cost of living. Just last week I met a gentleman who said he was just evicted from the room he rents from a home, which he pays $750 a month for one room, because the owner wants to remodel the house and increase the rent. And therefore he cannot afford the rent. Now he's homeless. Just last Thursday when I was doing my rounds, I had to call 911 for one of my gals that lives in a broken down car. Jerry, she is 60 years old. She was hunched over and could barely speak to me. EMT took her to the hospital and she received fluids, 2 pints of blood, and then was streeted. I checked on her for a few days after, and she seemed to be doing okay. Then yesterday I got a call from her when I was headed out of town that she's back in the hospital. She was treated and they want to street her again. This is something that happens with all the elderly. They're treated and streeted. This lady needs care and housing. I was blessed that I was able to get her into the Salvation Army. However, this is not the solution. She needs housing and care. She receives $1,100 Social Security a month. She can't survive on this. Another one of my people, another Jerry that I have, he's 78 years old, wheelchair bound, has COPD, liver failure, dementia, and many more issues. He is not allowed into the shelters because he uses pot for medicinal reasons. Jerry would sit in the empty lot next to the mission under a tree daily. I went out there daily to make sure that he ate one good meal. Once I drove by, found him on the ground. I flipped a U-ey and jumped out of my car, yelling for somebody to call 911.
Okay, Linnell, you've exceeded your time. If you can finish your comments, please.
They treated him and streeted him. This has become habitual. And Jerry's Social Security was $800 a month. This is the norm out there, and we need to treat our elderly better.
Okay, can you wrap it up?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next online, we have Ramon Rodriguez.
Good evening. Once again, on the Cinco de Mayo parade, last weekend, there was failure in Modesto Police Department again. When I was there heading down Gross Landing for for getting tacos, I got stuck on Gross Landing Road for almost 15 minutes between Widmore Avenue and to Glen Avenue, because you know why? There's like a lot of people doing reckless driving and unlawful assembly on Glen Avenue. And this happened last year with no cops available, and the only law enforcement presence was the sheriff's helicopter, and people are throwing fireworks. You know what's going to happen? Someone's going to get killed. Someone's going to get injured. There's going to be so many accidents if there's no control on Glen Avenue and Gross Landing, because people are doing donuts and sideshows and everything. And I urge you all to take control and, make the Cinco de Mayo festivities friendly for everyone, and allow only cruisers and lowriders and cool cars. but not doing illegal donut spinning and sideshows, because this is tired and outrageous. People have to go to work or go shopping. And this is also puts a bad image on on Mexican Americans and Chicano communities, because when gringos see this, they're gonna say a lot of racist stuff towards us, and this needs to be taken care of. So next year, you got to stop the sideshows on Glen Avenue right now, because someone's gonna get killed, whether it be from the car accidents, DUIs, or some gun shootings from fights. And as well as for the police department, I remember seeing these weapons, the non-lethal weapons, and ironically, they're ironic because I've read many reports from Portland to Hong Kong. People get injured easily by these so-called non-lethal weapons, and we have seen this with Kim Jackson. And in Portland, so many tear gas can cause health problems. And we know that because the police use these non-lethal weapons during the straight pride, but they're not aiming at the Proud Boys. They're aiming at the counter-protesters, because the counter-protesters were standing up for the LGBTQ community, but the Proud Boys, they're just doing violence and the cops don't do nothing. This is why people are fed up with weapons and intimidations, and the only way to stop crime and to bring it under control is de-escalation without harming people. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else that would like to speak under public comment? And this is for items not on the agenda this evening. I do not see anyone online confirming. No hands raised. Anyone in person for items not on the agenda? Step forward if you'd like.
My name is Suzanne Cheryl. This is my first time here at one of these meetings, so I'm not really sure.
Okay,
Sure how it goes.
I did have your
Sorry.
card, and it said Homeless Solutions Identify Cause, and that will be covered later, but if you'd like to speak now, that's
Just real
okay.
quick. So,
Sure.
I mean, obviously, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We have a lot of programs, and I think our police department is doing the best job they can with the resources that they have. And I think the problem is that the different departments are not working together, and a lot of them don't know what each other's policies are, or what their information that they're providing the community. And I know that Martinez has a citizen outreach where citizens can sign up and they tour different departments so they can see what these individuals working for the community have to face on a daily basis, including yourselves. I mean, I've made notes, and there's a lot of people telling you, hey, this is a problem, this is a problem. Well, what's the solution? It's like anybody could point out a problem. So I don't know how to get involved or what to do, but I do know that it takes people at higher levels working together, and I would like to see, or if there's some way of getting involved to help these organizations, the police department working with Stanislaus Behavioral. The information that Stanislaus Behavioral provides and what the police department actually does are two different things. And as some of these people have pointed out, training, which costs money with the police department, and the issue with homelessness, with the mental health, and with the elderly is ridiculous. But we also have to look at the cause. Why do we have so many people walking around talking to themselves? I mean, is drug-induced? I mean, then let's deal with that. I mean, you can't just put a Band-Aid, you can't build pallet housing, you can't just, that's just putting a Band-Aid on the problem. What is the problem? We have to face that and deal with that first, whether it's different laws, I don't know. Anyways, would like to be a part more of solutions. I do appreciate all you guys do. And my most important thing, I guess, is that the different departments, police departments, work with behavioral departments, and that they all understand what information they're providing people, because it's contradictory.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to come forward under public comment? All right, seeing none, next on the agenda is consent items. An item may be removed from consent and discussed at the request of a member of the public or council member. Is there anyone on the council that would like a consent item removed for further discussion? Is there anyone in the public that would like an item removed from consent for further discussion or comment? And we already are pulling item 5 and 10. Are there any hands raised in Zoom regarding public pulling consent items? Confirming, no hands. All right, will the city clerk please read the consent items?
Item number 4, consider approving the minutes from the May 2nd, 2023 council meeting. Item number 5 has been removed from consent. Item number 6, consider accepting the general plan vision statement. Item number 7, consider approving the consultant services agreement with Precision Civil Engineering Incorporated, Harrison Associates Incorporated, and Environmental Science Associates for municipal planning for a total amount not to exceed $300,000 per consultant for an overall total not to exceed $900,000. Item number 8, consider accepting the updates to the city's debt management policy. Item number 9, consider accepting the updates to the city's investment policy. Item number 10 has been removed from consent. Item number 11, consider approving a First Amendment to the cell tower site lease agreement at Robertson Road Park with Metro PCS to extend the maximum term of the agreement through July 31st, 2052. Item number 12, consider approving an engineering services agreement with West Yost of Davis, California for CV salts nitrate control program pathway A compliance analysis in an amount not to exceed $243,524. Item number 13, consider accepting the upgrade advanced traffic management system project is complete and releasing payments totaling $1,199,842 to Tennyson Electric Incorporated of Livermore, California. Item number 14, consider accepting the wastewater building upgrades project is complete, releasing securities and releasing payments totaling $854,000 to Azul Works Incorporated of San Francisco, California.
May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve all
I have a motion.
items except 5 and 10.
Thank you. A motion from Councilmember Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Alvarez. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Ricky?
Aye.
Councilmember Bavaro?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Wright?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Zwallen?
Aye. So that carries unanimously tonight 6-0 with Councilmember Scudia Brayton absent. So now we will go back to item 5. Consider approving final adoption of Ordinance 3763-C.S. approving the Modesto Police Department's military equipment use policy, Policy 710, in accordance with AB 481, approving the purchase of additional equipment that qualifies as military equipment in fiscal year 2023-24 and rescinding Ordinance number 3745-C.S. And we will have a presentation, a few words from City Manager Joe Lopez.
Yep, Mayor, this is just a second reading from an item that we heard last week. This is just a technical step in our process.
All right. So do we have any questions from council members? Seeing none, comments from the public. I'll open it up to the public. Okay, please step forward.
Yes, I understand that the Modesto Police Department were having problems with their systems of information of the people that were working. I have went to the police department with concerns of my information not being where it needs to be. No sooner than that, the Modesto Police Department's system gets whatever. I didn't hear back from nobody at the police station after making my my report. You guys were so quick to go to their, the city was so quick to go towards the NPD when their system was broken into. I have not heard anything. All I'm getting from different entities is about my information either not being right or somebody is involved in it. And, I believe, I should have, by this city or Modesto City, I should have been more looked at, and things should have been looked over, because now I'm having to deal with a lot of issues with my job, with Social Security, unemployment, of not things right on my who I am and my identity.
Okay, what I can recommend, since what you're discussing is not on the agenda tonight, but we have
Well,
our.
you said a comment.
Sure,
too.
yes.
And it has to do with MPD.
Yes, so I'm going to try to help you. We have our police chief here this evening and our assistant police chief, and you're more than welcome to give your contact information, and I'm sure they would be able to address your specific situation. Thank you. Any other comments regarding item 5 on consent? Seeing none, any comments from council members? All right, I need a motion approving final adoption of ordinance 3763-CS, approving the Modesto Police Department's military equipment use policy, policy 710, in accordance with AB 481, approving the purchase of additional equipment that qualifies as military equipment in fiscal year 2023-2024, and rescinding ordinance number 374-CS.
Motion. So moved. Second.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Bavaro and a second by Councilmember Williams. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Ricky?
Aye.
Councilmember Bavaro?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Wright?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Zwallen?
Aye, carries 6-0 with Councilmember Scudia Brayton absent. Next, we will go to consent item number 10. Consider approving a second amendment to the master services agreement with Forensic Logic for a 3-year software license services renewal for a total amount not to exceed $184,661. It looks like we will have a staff report from our police chief, Brandon Gillespie. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This item is a second amendment to the Master Services Agreement for Forensic Logic for a product that we call CopLink. This allows us to coordinate with other law enforcement, partner law enforcement agencies and other what we call nodes up and down California to be able to share criminal information and to help investigate cases, solve crimes. And we've been using this for quite some time. We had a previous 3-year agreement, and so this ask is to consider approving a new 3-year agreement, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Questions from council members? Seeing none, any comments from the public regarding item number 10, consent item 10? I do not see anyone in person confirming there is no one. Oh, there is. Steve.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So apparently I'm not well versed enough in how these meetings run, but it was my understanding that 5 and 10 would be removed. Obviously, that's not the case. I would ask that if you have members of your community that want to pull a consent item, that you would recognize the obvious fact that they have a problem with that. And if there's supposed to be some sort of discussion, then give a fella a chance to discuss. You guys disgust me. I think you, for one, regardless of any issue, owe it to your community to do outreach and to help us understand how the processes work. You keep throwing more and more money at these criminals. They don't need new toys. They don't need new positions to fill. They need to stop murdering us. And you don't give a damn. You keep throwing money at them. So maybe I misunderstood what the law, the rules of the meetings, how they work. But I was told that those consent items were removed. So apparently it doesn't mean that you can't just push them through anyway. But shame on you for not wanting to involve your community. I remember once upon a time when people used to describe this country as a representative democracy. You are supposed to represent us, not push us around and do whatever the hell you want to make the police association happy. Shame on you. The next time one of your cops kills somebody, don't act shocked because you guys don't want to do a damn thing about it. Shame on you. Include us in your discussions.
We are Modesto. You don't own this place.
Madam Mayor,
All right, I just wanted to make sure. Yes?
for the record, consent item 5 and 10 were pulled for discussion where public is given the opportunity to express their opinions. So the speaker was mistaken.
I was just going to explain that, so
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. So we are still on consent item 10, which has been pulled, and on the public comment period. I see Ramon Rodriguez. This is item 10.
Well, probably missed item 5, but for items 5 and 10, we need to have more time to let the public know whether or not where the money goes, because right now, especially with the ongoing incidents involving deaths with various community members, as well as the Cinco de Mayo fiasco on Glen Avenue, the public needs to know they need a police department that is supposed to work for the public, not just throw money and then something bad happens or another person end up being killed or injured and another lawsuit settles for the money. That's not a good image. Council member needs to step up and tell we need accountability. We need to clean up the image of the police department because it does not look good at all. People are going to get injured. People are going to know why. The police department didn't do anything. And that is all my concerns I have to tell about for agenda items 5 and 10. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comment regarding consent item 10? I don't see anyone in person, confirming there's no one online with their hands raised. All right, we will close public comment period. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Oh.
All I want to say is
Please step forward and use the microphone. Thank you.
So I understand that the community blames law enforcement for everything. Thank you. I understand the community blames law enforcement for everything, and it's not that I haven't had my own personal experience with law enforcement that maybe I didn't like the outcome, but I'll tell you the last one was they wouldn't come out because they didn't want to have an incident causing harm to somebody. So what we're doing is we're tying their hands with all, on one hand you're telling them, well, why didn't you do something? On the other hand, why did you do something? It's like, this is ridiculous. I think that program I was talking about that Martinez is doing currently that has community outreach where citizens can go, they tour through the sheriff's department, the police department, the coroner's office, different mental health facilities, so that they could see and talk to the individuals doing these jobs so they understand a little bit better what they're dealing with. As far as this number 10, I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I used to work for CDCR, but they have to be able to communicate with each other to help keep us safe. So on one hand, I would just say I support it, and we need some more community outreach, especially with our children and how to deal with when approached by law enforcement. I think education is power.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment on item 10? I do not see anyone in person or online. Are there any comments from council members? Seeing none, we have a resolution approving a second amendment to the Master Services Agreement with Forensic Logic for a 3-year software license services renewal for CopLink for a total amount not to exceed $184,661 and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the amendment. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Approved by Vice Mayor Ricky, seconded by Councilmember Wright. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Ricky?
Aye.
Councilmember Bavaro?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Wright?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Zwallen?
Aye. Carries 6-0. Thank you very much. Next, we are on to agenda council comments and reports. Are there any council members that have reports or comments? Vice Mayor Ricky.
Thanks, Mayor. Several months ago, we were presented with the conclusions of the Stanislaus Community Foundation's 2030 project. And their quest was to find out how we can make Stanislaus County and Modesto a more economically vibrant region. And one of the main objectives of the project was to discover the assets that we already have and how we can build on them. I felt like Modesto Convention and Visitors Bureau's presentation is showing how we're doing that. They're building on agritourism like the Almond Blossom Cruise that has driven room nights, internet search traffic and positive buzz locally and throughout the state. And this program also creates a template that we can build on, whether it's taking existing traditions like graffiti and spreading them with the rest of the state, whether it's through graffiti events or the graffiti museum or whatever. Promoting our farmers market, yes. Promoting culture on Crow's Landing Road, absolutely. It's amazing. Coming up with a way to share our wine industry, we certainly better. But tourism is an arena that we're developing right, and it's an area that has a ton of room for growth. It grows our economy, our tax base, and pride in our community. So I think it's something we should really focus on. Along those same lines, we all remember how many good times we had at Roller King growing up. And for years, this community has been trying to scratch that itch, ever since they left 20 years ago. In fact, just last year in a survey of Modestans, it was found that bringing back a roller rink was the most popular attraction that respondents asked for. So I'm exploring options, and I'm hopeful that we can start getting some ideas to bring back some roller skating to Modesto sooner rather than later. I think it's a great way to spend a few hours with family and friends, and it's a great way to build on Modesto nostalgia. And to me, that's what Modesto is all about. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to talk about a couple of things tonight. Some events that we've attended over the past week, the Downtown Modesto Parking Master Plan and the Southwest Modesto Plan. So just in the vein of events, we had a great turnout this past Saturday, May 6th, the day after Cinco de Mayo. We celebrated the annual South Modesto Business United Cinco de Mayo Parade on Crow's Landing. Myself, council members Barbaro and Williams attended as parade dignitaries. And then just a brief shout out to Ceres Mayor Javier Lopez for participating as the Grand Marshal this year. The Modesto and Ceres communities, as we all know, border one another, and collaboration is key. Downtown Parking Master Plan. The City of Modesto will be hosting 2 public meetings on May 10th and May 11th to provide our residents with an update on our downtown parking master plan. At these meetings, we will share parking management best practices and also hear from residents on their parking needs and priorities. And we'll also have an open discussion and a Q&A. And finally, we'll talk about the project's next steps and how we plan to move forward. Southwest Modesto Plan for District 2 on the west side of Modesto on Wednesday, May 17th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the King Kennedy Memorial Center. We will be hosting a series of community workshops, that being the first one. At this first workshop, the community will learn about the Southwest Modesto Plan process and give input on helping identify goals and opportunities for future development. This plan will serve as a blueprint for future development in this area, of course, and throughout the greater Modesto area. Refreshments, Spanish language interpretation, and childcare will be provided. Regarding the comments earlier from the member of the public about Martin Luther King and Cesar Chavez Park renovations, I want to make this a point. I've been hearing this frustration from other members of the community as well, and stakeholders in District 2, about the prolonged groundbreaking of these two projects, and I've made it a priority to hold our staff accountable for getting this project started and completed so that our families and youth can enjoy safe and productive environments. However, I want to highlight the fact that the $8.5 million we received from the state for Cesar Chavez Park and Martin Luther King Park, during that time, we've had a global pandemic. We've also had staff shortages and a budget crisis, and so now, post-pandemic, or at least post the heaviest portion of the pandemic, we've passed Measure H, right, which will allow us to add some additional staff. We have a better, more robust budget, which will enable us to move forward with the project.
I want to thank the Sheriff's Department and the Modesto Police Department for handling that in a very expeditious way to where they were able to close down that particular area for a period of time until it was safe for drivers to go down. Following that evening, the morning of, which Councilmember Alvarez had already alluded to, we had a great time with a lot of folks that were out there celebrating the independence of Mexico on the 6th of May. And I was very pleased to see our city manager as a judge for the parade. And I'm not sure if he gave us a high score as dignitaries. Our cars did look pretty good. He's shaking his head, but we'll move on from there. And so, moving right along, this morning was Kids Day, and they were selling newspapers out on the street, and I had the opportunity to support the Salvation Army and Kids Day, and my son, who actually was on 5 Points, and I worked with him for about 2.5 hours selling these newspapers in support of the Salvation Army. So I'll put a plea out there for anyone who still wants to support that and didn't get an opportunity. You can just go ahead and go to your local Salvation Army and give some money to that. Moving right along to this afternoon at Gregori High School was a career day. Had the opportunity of talking to, well, I didn't talk to all of them, but it was lunchtime, and so there were about 3,500 students walking the area, and City of Modesto had a booth there and was able to give some information on just local government itself. That went well. The one last thing I want to mention is I'm on the Housing Repair Program Committee, and there is always excess money for individuals who qualify to be able to improve their home, whether it's a mobile home, whether it's a home, and if they qualify, there is money, $750,000, and some of that money hasn't even been used because maybe you don't know about this particular program. So I want to really, truly make sure everyone knows that there is a program out there for house repair program, and it can be something that would better your standing as well as your house. If you feel as though that you can't, not sure who to work with, the City of Modesto can help you with that, and we look forward to that happening. Thank you very much, Mayor. That's it for now.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Alvarez, did you want to add an additional comment?
Yeah, I have just one quick comment, and this is something that it's not anything personal. This is just a correction of a common misnomer, what Cinco de Mayo is and what it isn't, and I think it's important to highlight the facts here. What is Cinco de Mayo, right? Cinco de Mayo is the Chicano celebration of Mexican heritage and celebrating Mexico's victory over France in the Battle of Puebla. What it is not, Cinco de Mayo is not to be confused with Mexico's Independence Day, which is celebrated on September 16th. Thank you.
I have just a couple of brief comments, and the first being on May the 4th, we certainly celebrated the tradition here in Modesto, starting out at 7 a.m. at City Ministry Network, where Mochi Mu, the Modesto Children's Museum, was the focus, and our Star Wars characters were there. And we highlighted the Children's Museum that will be a world-class museum when it is completed. And I'm so excited about that for the future for our children. Next, we had Pray Modesto, who organized prayer on in front of 1010 10th Street. Many of us participated in that, and Cindy Marks spearheaded that. I'm appreciative of that. And last, I will save, because this is close, touches my heart, but many of us participated in the Peace Officer Memorial Service at Lakewood Park, and it is truly one of the most touching events that I've ever participated in. And what was probably the most touching was one little boy whose father was died in the line of duty, and he enjoyed seeing the doves being released and the horses. Of course, one was a riderless horse, and he was enjoying it. But it's pretty touching to watch and to observe and to see our officers be recognized for what they put themselves out there to protect us with their very lives every day. So I am really grateful for them, and it was an honor to attend with several of our council members that are here today. So that is what I have to say this evening. Any other council comments? I do not see any at this time. Does the city manager have any comments and reports? All right. Next on the agenda is hearings. Item 15, hearing to consider the 2023-2024 annual action plan, as well as the acceptance of the 2023-2024 annual HUD allocation in the amount of $2,875,518, and to submit the 2023-2024 annual action plan and applicable documentation as required by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And to present, we have Edgar Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Edgar Garcia here, your Housing and Urban Development Supervisor. The item before you is accepting our annual action plan the item before you is accepting our annual allocation of grant funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the amount of $2.8 million, and authorizing staff to submit the plan, which is part of our annual process of documenting our anticipated activity. By way of background, our annual action plan provides a concise summary of the actions, activities, and the specific federal and non-federal resources that will be used each year to address the priority needs and the specific goals identified within the broader consolidated plan. The consolidated plan, which is required by HUD every 5 years, assesses affordable housing needs and community development needs, and assesses market conditions. It serves as a framework for community-wide dialogue to identify housing and community development priorities, and also identifies barriers to fair housing and sets a strategy to address those barriers. Transitioning into the available funding, by way of background, as an entitlement community, the City of Modesto is eligible to receive HUD funds by a formula-based method each year to serve low-income persons and households and develop the vitality of communities by providing decent housing, a suitable living environment, and expanding economic opportunities. Through that, through these three core allocations from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, working my way left to right, the Community Development Block Grant funds in the amount of $1.7 million, which is intended to serve low to moderate income persons with public infrastructure improvements, public facilities, housing acquisition and rehabilitation, and public services. Emergency Solutions Grant in the amount of approximately $160,000, eligible for homeless persons and families. Example activities include homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, emergency shelter operations, and support with our homeless management information system. And furthest on the right here, the Home Investment Partnership Program in the amount of $929,000, approximately $929,000 for affordable housing, to construct new housing, rehabilitate existing housing, and also potentially support with first-time home buyer assistance. With these funds, the city has historically supported the CDBG homeowner rehabilitation program, which Councilmember Williams just alluded to. This is eligible for homeowners and local contractors. It includes a budget within the CDBG allocation of $500,000. To be eligible, clients must be within the City of Modesto limits, must have legally recorded title to the property, cannot have a second mortgage, and must be specific to health and safety repairs. This program is designed to improve the access and quality of life for low-income or eligible homeowners in our community. In addition, an allocation has been set aside to partner with our Parks Department for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park in the amount of $350,000, which was leveraged to receive a Prop 68 grant award designed for a beautification project that will improve the neighborhood and recreational opportunities in that community. In addition, annually, the city, as part of the allocation of ESG and CDBG dollars, allocates approximately $180,000 on the CDBG side and approximately $150,000 on the ESG side in a RFP format for public services. The RFP is solicited to local nonprofits and is evaluated by staff and an external committee. On the slide before you, next slide, is the awards for this year, which includes an allocation to Center for Human Services, Children's Crisis Center, Youth for Christ, Haven Shelter, Project Sentinel, CHSS, which is Community Housing and Shelter Services, the Salvation Army Barbarian Shelter, Center for Human Services for Youth Street Outreach, CHSS for their homelessness prevention and rapid rehousing program, and Turning Point for their rapid rehousing program as well, with the corresponding award along the column there. Other project types include our Camp to Home initiative, which is designed to provide a path to self-sufficiency for individuals experiencing homelessness in our community through outreach, which it includes our community health and assistance team, providing support to shelter, also providing access to robust job training, access to permanent employment, and also access to permanent housing. Our core partner with the Camp to Home initiative is the Downtown Streets team, which provides meaningful daily activities to individuals experiencing homelessness. And through that program, they volunteer a series of hours each week to perform litter abatement activities in our community, and in return receive case management services and are offered also additional benefits as part of their membership in that program. In addition, before you, just approved last week, is another example project, Travelers Motel, which is located at 710 North 9th Street, to serve as a 54-unit permanent supportive housing project. Estimated project cost is $23.2 million, with 38 units reserved for youth experiencing homelessness and 15 units dedicated to serving chronically homeless clients with on-site supportive services. Next slide, please. And lastly, our 7th Street Village, which was just approved last month. Our partner developer on this project is Visionary Home Builders, with an estimated total project cost of $57 million for a 79-unit mixed-use housing project with 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments and retail commercial usage on the first floor, second floor community area that includes amenities, and a Head Start program also designed for the first floor of the project. By way of next steps, and as part of our public engagement process, a series of in-person and virtual community meetings were held during the months of April and May, and that are listed on the table before you. With the approval of this item, city staff will be incorporating any comments received, and will be submitting the annual action plan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development by May 17th. And with that, happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
All right, questions from council members. Councilmember Bavaro.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to the slide where the nonprofits were awarded?
Absolutely.
There we go. These are the public service awards that were for this upcoming year. Can you explain to the council and the mayor process by which you measure the results of what they're actually doing?
Absolutely. So they, in their evaluation process, they provide a series of, they go through a technical review process, which includes review of their ability to manage federal funding. Following that technical review, they go through a process that is reviewed by an external committee where they present to an external committee and they present their metrics and goals that they intend to achieve as part of that process. Following their evaluation, that evaluation determines whether they, if ranked highly enough in that evaluation, they then proceed to award. And upon award, in their periodic review of invoices, they also provide the data that they committed to and in their metrics. So, for example, if they're committing to individuals that they're rapidly rehousing, they'd include the number of individuals that they would rapidly rehouse within that period of time. So that is periodically reviewed by staff.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members?
Yes. Edgar, can you go back to the park, Martin Luther King Park, please? Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Edgar, I think it's important to know that a lot of this funding is funding that we apply for from the federal government, correct?
As an entitlement community, we receive this funding allocation directly without application. We need to submit our annual action plan in order to receive these funds.
Right, so this doesn't come out of the general fund?
Correct.
Right, it's money that we go after or the federal government gives us in order to do these projects that we're doing, correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Councilmember Wright.
All right, any other questions from council members? Seeing none, I'll now open the public hearing. Will members of the public that would like to come forward regarding item 15, please come forward.
As a resident of Village 1, there is a low-cost housing development that was partially finished in my vicinity of where I live. Does this impact that area at all? Does anyone know on the council?
I will ask staff to come forward, and if you do not have the answer, I mean, we're just talking about item 15, then she can
does this money go toward that? Like the development was never completed, so there's a lot of empty land that was designated for low-cost housing. So I'm just wondering, is that part of the plan to utilize that money for that? It's on Roselle Avenue.
All right, we'll hear from Jessica Hill.
Hi there, thank you, Mayor Council. The project that she's referring to is actually the single-family homes that are being built by the housing authority that they call Edwards Estates. So the City of Modesto did provide $488,000 to build the 2 single-family homes. As the housing authority does sell these homes, they're using that funding to build the additional 33. So we anticipate constructions on these units, I would say by the end of the year. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other members of the public regarding item 15? Okay, sure, yes. I wasn't sure if, yes, she was attempting to get it first, so we'll.
Good evening. Yes, I'm sorry I'm so slow, but I am.
And Loretta, can you talk into the microphone, please, so we can hear?
We cannot hear you back
there. Well.
So talking this is much better.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I have 2 questions to know about the HUD program. First of all, who is the attorney that is over the HUD program?
Okay, why don't you ask all your questions and then we'll see if we can get them
Because
addressed.
I want to know who, and I would like to know, when did the HUD program start in Modesto? Those are the two main things I wish to know about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Someone like to address that, please? Thank you, Edgar. Or Jessica?
Thanks, Loretta. I think you're speaking specifically about our homeowner repair program. And so I believe that's been in existence for the last 15 to 20 years. Maybe back even further than that. I do remember some loans back from the 90s who've just been paid off. We do have we work very closely with Myers-Nave, our attorneys. Specifically, we work with Alex Mogg and then other attorneys as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak regarding this item, please?
Good evening. I just have a couple questions about, like, this homeless thing is concerning because we can keep on throwing money at it, but I'm a type of person who's a root cause person and would like to know, yeah, I'm happy that we give all this money to you to go and get all this homelessness and everything, but are we just encouraging this, or are we finding out why and stopping it? If we keep on encouraging it, then this is going to keep on going and keep on going. It's very concerning to me because I have a family. I have a son. I also have a daughter. I'm going to have a daughter pretty soon. My wife's pregnant. And it's sad. It's sad for me to go and turn around and walk my son down the street and see somebody start doing drugs and putting a needle in their arm right for my son. It really upsets me a lot. I don't know what to tell him. I really don't. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So I would like to know, is there a root cause to find out why? Is to stop this from going on and continuing and growing? Or are we just going to keep on feeding money into...
You can direct your comments to us because
more housing and more housing and more housing, and let it grow more and more. It's just frustrating. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other members of the public that would like to speak regarding item 15? Please.
I thought that you were talking like 6 million.
Please, can you use the microphone so everyone can hear? Thank you.
Okay, I thought you were talking like 6 million for Martin Luther King or 8.5 million. These were federal funds, not from general funds that you were awarded because of COVID, blah, 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 right? If it's only $350,000, like where's the rest of these millions of dollars going? Did I miss something?
I think, yes, Edgar can address it. Talking about different projects.
Right. Happy to address that, Mayor. Thank you. The $350,000 reference here is only the federal allocation from the Housing and Urban Development allocation. It leverages the $8.5 million, which is the award from Prop 68. So that's the referenced $8.5 million.
So the project costs $350,000, or that's just a lot of monies towards it?
Feel free. Do you know which project she's referring to?
The MLK Park, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but the 300.
Yes. So the $350,000 is currently contemplated to support with the design of the project.
Okay, thank you. I did see a hand raised online, but it is no longer raised, correct? Okay, it is. Ramon Rodriguez. This is regarding item 15.
Well, for my view, and when I'm driving around Modesto, we need to start investing and putting more money in the parks, because seriously, if we let the parks neglected for a long more time, people are not going to go. People are not going to have a place to take their children to the parks, or to go out for a stroll in the mornings or evenings, or even doing activities. We need to invest in the parks, because when you have a strong park system in a city, it boosts and grows people to get more active, to be proud of their city.
to have a park system where everyone can go to take the children to the playgrounds or to do a stroll or play sports or everything or have activities and events. We need to put more money into it because past few years, especially the Tuolumne Regional Park near the airport, I ran cross country years and years ago, that park. It's a beautiful, but now when I go to that part of the airport neighborhood, it's neglected. These parks need to have a lot of investments in improving infrastructure and new equipment, as well as getting people involved and to have parks that will be proud of themselves for the neighborhoods in the city. Because if the parks are neglected and such, it's going to get worse. And when I drove there a couple of times, I see a lot of homeless people occupying because they have no place to go. And there are tents, old cars, everything. So we need to invest in the parks as well as doing something to provide humane alternatives so that the homeless don't have to live in the elements, because it's really sad to see the parks in the decaying state. And people are not going to be happy with it. And that's all my words I have to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, item 15, any other public comment? I do not see anyone in person, confirming that there are no hands raised online. All right, I will close public comments and ask the council for further comments. Seeing none, I have a resolution approving the City of Modesto Program Year 2023-2024 Annual Action Plan for the Use and Acceptance of Community Development Block Grant Programs, Emergency Solutions Grants, and Home Grant, and Home Investment Partnerships Program funding in the amount of $2,875,518 received from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to negotiate and execute any related program agreements, contracts, or other documentation required for implementation and acceptance of the program year 2023-2024 annual action plan funding, and authorization to submit applicable documentation and provide technical alterations as required by HUD, incorporate comments received prior to the close of the public comment period, and to make the necessary steps to implement the provisions of this resolution. Also, a resolution approving the allocation of funds outlined in the program year 2023-2024 annual action plan budget to reflect proposal submitted to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to take the necessary steps to implement the provisions of this resolution. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Councilmember Wright, seconded by Vice Mayor Ricky. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Ricky?
Aye.
Councilmember Bavaro?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Wright?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Zawalin?
Aye, so it carries 6-0 with one absent. Next is item 16, hearing, I need to see the, thank you. All right. Item 16, so we need to recuse Jeremiah Williams. All right, this is a hearing to consider approving Amendment 5, Number 5, to the City of Modesto's Program Year 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan to identify and allocate reallocated Emergency Solutions Grant coronavirus funds made available through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, Public Law 116 to 136, accepting the ESG CV award, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to negotiate and execute an agreement with the Salvation Army for the operation and management of a day center. Welcome again, Edgar Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Edgar Garcia, Housing and Urban Development Supervisor. I'll be presenting this item, which is an amendment to the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan for reallocated ESGCV funds for the implementation of the Day Center. Next slide, please. By way of background, in August of 2022, the city was notified by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that the City of Modesto was identified as a recipient of reallocated ESGCV funds. The reallocated funds were recaptured from other jurisdictions by HUD as a result of non-compliance with spending requirements and other compliance deadlines. In September of 2022, HUD awarded the City of Modesto an additional $632,000 of reallocated funds from the Emergency Solutions Grant appropriated from the CARES Act with an expenditure deadline of June 30th, 2024. Next slide, please. The City of Modesto is only one of 62 jurisdictions throughout the U.S. and one of 10 cities in California who successfully met expenditure deadlines and funding compliance, making us eligible to receive this reallocated funding. And on the image before you shows the list of jurisdictions with the city's allocation of $632,000. Next slide, please. ESGCV funding is eligible for the following activities: street outreach connecting individuals and families with homeless services, emergency shelter operations, employment assistance and job training, homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, and support with HMIS data collection in conjunction with any of the other areas identified. And as part of this amendment to the annual action plan, a series of in-person and virtual community meetings were held to solicit feedback on the potential use of these dollars. The city met with partner organizations and community groups such as the Community System of Care, which is a consortium of nonprofits and service providers, the West Modesto Community Collaborative, the Airport Neighborhood Collaborative, and Modesto Neighborhoods Incorporated. A key theme that emerged from the city's engagement is focused on the challenges individuals experiencing homelessness face on a day-to-day basis, from access to services, basic hygiene services, and other critical needs. Through that discussion, we re-engaged the Salvation Army regarding the potential partnership for a day center. The vision of the Salvation Army campus has always included the operation of a day center since the launch of the Access Center Emergency Shelter in 2019. The Salvation Army has traditionally required that clients leave the shelter every morning, creating challenges for service and meal providers. But since March 2020, the Salvation Army has allowed clients to stay on site, but has not opened that up to non-clients of the Salvation Army. So folks who stay there overnight are welcome to stay there during the day, but folks from the outside are not able to come inside. Day centers provide a safe and structured environment for individuals experiencing homelessness to access services, meals, and participate in meaningful activities with support services on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So before you is a proposed project in partnership with the Salvation Army, located at 301 10th Street with an estimated project cost of approximately $569,000. The proposed location will include the outside location near the water tower, which will include tents, chairs, canopies, and tables near the current location of the Access Center. Other locations would include the classroom located within the Salvation Army Administration Building and the dining area located within the Barbarians Shelter located at 329th. Just a bit regarding the operational details. We anticipate this program to be available from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and open 7 days a week for individuals who are clients of the Salvation Army and non-clients of the Salvation Army. Programming we anticipate also to be available 7 days per week. The Salvation Army, as part of this budget, will hire a day center coordinator to arrange service availability. So what that can look like is partnerships with the Downtown Streets team, who can host workshops at the Salvation Army to present to other individuals experiencing homelessness who are not participants of the Downtown Streets team program. to provide information and such. In addition, it could include Stanislaus County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services providing a presentation on anger management or case management services that they have available. In addition, it can include Stanislaus County Workforce Development presenting on potential job opportunities and other skill development requirements for jobs in order to help these individuals obtain employment opportunities. The site capacity includes up to approximately 200 inside, with no limits to the exterior portion of the site. The support services that would be made available as part of the day center would include access to showers for individuals, laundry and dryer access, meal services. In addition, the support services will also include needs assessments and coordinated entry enrollment and service provider referrals. It'll include public health screenings, performance of core life skills classes, and also support with employment readiness. The fiscal impact of the proposed project includes the city has funding for 1 year of operations and infrastructure costs in the amount of $569,000, and will be seeking partnerships to fill the funding gap for the following 2 years to ensure that the day center continues in operation. The city is recommending a 3-year agreement with the Salvation Army for the operation and infrastructure expenses. And as mentioned, we're seeking to establish partnerships with the county and other partner organizations to ensure that the day center continues in operation long term. By way of next steps, the city will be, with approval tonight, will submit the annual action plan amendment number 5 to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And if approved tonight, the city will finalize negotiations and seek signatures with the Salvation Army. Once the agreement is fully executed, we expect a formal launch to occur approximately 3 weeks after. And the city will be partnering with the Salvation Army to help spread the word regarding the program, and will be leaning, in addition, on our community health and assistance team, who serves our community citywide, to help spread the message regarding the program as well. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
All right, does council have any questions of staff? Council Member Bavaro.
Thank you, Mayor. You say there's availability of 200 people inside and unlimited outside. So what part of the Salvation Army are you talking about having the day center? Is it going to be on the road just east of Salvation Army?
Thank you, Councilmember Varro. That's an excellent question. So the day center will be a hybrid model. It will be indoor in the classroom and dining area within the Salvation Army, and it'll be outdoor in between the Access Center building, the modular facility, and the water tower in the gravel area located there. It'll include canopies, tables, and chairs to help with help individuals experiencing homelessness with the elements to help provide some coverage and shade.
And there will be cell phone hookups?
Yes, the tables situated in the exterior will be equipped with charging stations. Yes.
There's a lot of good people that go out and provide food and clothing to homeless people throughout our city. Will there be an area besides the Salvation Army in providing meals, say like some other, I'm not going to mention their names here, but almost did. There'll be areas where people can then bring food to them in a certain area, correct?
That's an excellent question, Councilmember Bavaro. As part of this program, we anticipate that the Salvation Army will be hiring a day center coordinator. That role will be integral in helping establish partnerships with other nonprofits in the community that provide meal services and other donations to bring those to the Salvation Army to consolidate services to the best that we can to maximize the value that we have at the campus.
Will the coordinator be an employee of the Salvation Army, or is it coming from the city?
It'll be an employee of the Salvation Army.
Okay, so the $569,000 is going to also include setup fees or setup costs.
That is correct.
For the infrastructure. The remaining 2 years of that contract, has that contract been negotiated yet? If so, how much is that going to be?
So the city's in the process of finalizing negotiations of the contract. This anticipated budget is only for the first year of that of operations and infrastructure costs. The following 2 years, we're still pending negotiations, but we anticipate it to be approximately around in the range of approximately $300,000 for ongoing operations.
And one other question. Many of the homeless people have dogs. Their dogs are allowed without any proof of vaccination at the day center?
Dogs will be allowed as part of the exterior portion of the Salvation Army Day Center, yes.
This is cool. I really have to commend you, Edgar, and Jessica for being so forward-thinking and progressive on these kind of issues. I'm really excited that this will do great things in getting many of the homeless people during the daytime out of the business areas and putting them in an area where they can be and also seek services. County will then have services there available to them?
That is correct, yes.
Park rangers will not be on the site, correct?
Park rangers may come on the site, but they will not have a station on the site.
Okay. I have no further questions right now.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Edgar, for your presentation. A couple things. Number one, back in 2012, when we did the Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness, this was one of the biggest things that our committee reported on is day centers. And it's glad to see us coming forward. And number two is I want to thank you, Jessica Hill, and the staff on, you guys dot the I's, cross the T's. You make sure that our monies are being used wisely. And that's one of the reasons why we're getting an extra $630,000 is because other cities sometimes don't dot their I's and cross their T's, and they lose out, and we're the recipient of their loss, our gain. So hats off to you. You guys are always turning over the rocks, looking everywhere you can to get extra money to help, especially in our low income and our homeless situation. And I just commend you for the great job you guys are doing. Thank you.
All right. Questions, Vice Mayor Ricky.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to echo the sentiments of my fellow council members here. This is something we've been talking about for a long time, and I think there's a perception in the community that our parks have been used as day centers for quite some time. And so I love the fact that you're bringing together a day center that's not just a day center. It addresses needs. It provides food. It provides a place to charge your phone. It provides things that homeless people need to have a more effective life. And I think that thinking is the difference, and that's why this has a good potential to work. My question is, one of the ways that we need to think about making this work is that we're not going to have it perfect to begin with. And so what I'm wondering is, do we have a plan to create like a feedback loop to improve the day center, right? Because what we want is, what I'm seeing is like, maybe we find other needs that maybe we could fulfill fairly easily if we had a way of plugging those things in.
Councilmember Ricky, that's an excellent question. As during the contemplation process, as we engage the public as part of this process, we identified best practices in other communities that have already implemented day centers within their existing jurisdictions to learn from what they've adopted and learn what went wrong in their processes. In addition, we've also coordinated with the Modesto Gospel Mission to understand what's working at their site and what's not working. We intend to continue that process throughout this effort to ensure that we're serving the needs of our individuals experiencing homelessness in our community.
Thank you. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Wright.
I got a follow-up question. Are we considering maybe a second day center, maybe in the location of the Gospel Mission area?
Excellent question, Councilmember Wright. The Modesto Gospel Mission already has an existing day center available to clients, but is primarily for the shelter guests that are at the Gospel Mission.
All right, any other questions from council members at this time for item 16? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. If there's any members of the public that would like to come forward regarding this item, I have one blue card for this item, Derek Castle, and each person has 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm really excited by this program. It's, I think it's going to do be really helpful, and I'm glad about it. I just want to highlight one aspect that has already been raised by Council Member Bavaro, and that is the issue of the food at the shelter. At Crusader and Enslin Park, there are huge numbers of really well-meaning people, mostly church groups, who come to the park constantly handing out food in the park. At times there's 4 or 5 groups all handing out food at the one time in the park. And this has caused huge amounts of problems within the park. And so much so that CANA has actually submitted a proposal to Parks and Recreation that there be a requirement that there be permits for people to be able to hand out food in the parks in order to be able to have some control over the Wild West that it is there at the moment. And Deputy Fire Chief Darren Jesberg, you may be aware, has been trying for a while to find a location where, instead of the parks, where the church groups and the other groups can do handing out to those who need it. And in particular, he'd been looking at somewhere that was near by the access centre so that people could develop other services and that. Now, what we're talking about with the day centre here seems to be the perfect kind of combination of where we could do that sort of thing. And what I'm hoping is that there really is developed a partnership between the churches, who are really keen to be able to provide food to the homeless, and the Salvation Army. In that way, then, the groups aren't going out into the parks and creating so many problems that occur there, but they're able to do it in a place that is really much more helpful and beneficial for those who are participating. So I just really want to encourage that to be an important part of this day centre, a partnership with the church groups and the Salvation Army. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next online, Ramon Rodriguez.
Yep. Good evening again. The day center, the plan, it's really good. It's perfect. This is what a city really needs, because there are numerous homeless that have various life situations. And also we need to get, all branches of government, as well as organizations and churches like the last gentleman spoke about. We have the county government, the state government, and the federal government to provide services for various groups of homeless, especially the elderly folks and the veterans groups, with their, to navigate through getting their Social Security, their Medicare, their disability, and their VA benefits at the day center, because there are many homeless, elderly homeless and veteran homelessness. And when we reach the veteran homelessness, and I salute and thank them for their service to the country, but we need to repay their debt back to their society by providing, housing, benefits, and everything, because they've been suffered a lot in the street after they come back from the service, especially suffering mental health issues and alcoholism. And also for the youth homeless, how are we going to help the youth homeless in the day center, especially if they have life situations such as running away from home, trauma, suffering through sexual violence and human trafficking, and also being rejected by their families because their of their orientation. So we need to have the steps to provide to meet the needs of various homelessness, especially the youth, the elderly, and the homeless. And the veterans and the elderly homeless. So we need all branches of government, even the schools, colleges, to get everyone on track to help to get the homeless back into society and to show everyone that we can help, because we as a society fail to help the homeless. But when we take action now, we can start building a track and give them the path to a dignified life. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next in person, I believe we have, go ahead, come forward. I was referring to the person behind you. I think she was.
Just questions.
Okay,
So
there was, excuse me, there was a person behind you. I
I'm
believe
sorry,
it was.
I thought you were-
I hate to point. That's why the blue cards are so helpful.
I just had a quick comment. I just wanted to say kudos to the city staff who have expended the original funding down to generate or get the relocated or reallocated funding. So nice job on that. We've needed this for a very long time, so appreciate that.
All right, thank you. All right, I think you're next. I don't want to start describing people, but come right forward. That never goes well.
You just said a couple weeks, so ETA
Can
on
you,
this-
can you please, you need to address your questions to us.
Oh,
And then
so
we'll.
sorry. So ETA on the project, it sounds really positive, and when it would be up and running and available. Is there going to be a bus line so that individuals will be able to get to the facility? For 200 occupancies, how many showers are designated? And then as far as laundry facilities, is this going to be a laundry facility that individuals that are suffering from drug addictions and mental health issues are going to have access to? Or is there a vision that they're going to drop laundry off for it to be processed? Or how's that going to work?
All right, thank you for clustering your questions. That's really helpful. Would you like to address them, please, Edgar?
Thank you, Mayor. The facility currently already has an existing bus line that supports the Salvation Army. In regards to the second question regarding the number of showers, that's a detail that I'm happy to follow up on. I don't have that exact number, but more than happy to follow up on that detail. And regarding the laundry, the day center coordinator, as part of the staffing for the Salvation Army, includes a day center coordinator and a shelter monitor. And part of the staffing will include staggering laundry schedules in order to enhance the reach of the laundry services of the day center. It's currently a service that's provided on the other side of the Salvation Army at the ACES shelter, and it works very, very well. And we anticipate that same success to be modeled at this day center.
All right, thank you. And if you could please give your contact information to Edgar, then he could answer your specific questions about the number of showers. Thank you. Next, Mr. Gunderson, I believe, and then we'll have you. Thanks. I try to watch really closely when everybody raises their hand. I'm doing my best.
This is fantastic. Little history here. About the time that the Blue Ribbon Report was completed, council members Dave Gear and Jenny Knoyer and myself, we really pushed hard for a day center, and we couldn't get much traction on that. And it was a difficult undertaking, but we tried really hard. We wanted to model it after the Turlock Gospel Mission, because they had a day center in Turlock. Councilman Wright, he was in on this, weren't you? You were one of the authors of the Blue Ribbon Report. And I recommend that for reading for anyone on council. If you hadn't read it yet, it's still relevant. I think the enclaves would complement a day center. And the enclaves could be a place where you could have showers and laundry as well. But you have to find sites for these enclaves, and I recommend keeping them kind of small, 10 to 20 units. You get too big, it just gets complicated.
Thank you. And Mr. Costello, if you'd wait just one moment, because I made an error. We have Kevin Valine online, who has had his hand raised for a while.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
A couple quick questions. So the day center is for clients of both shelters inside the Bavarian Center. And what do you do when the weather's really bad, when it's really hot or really windy and raining? I mean, I don't know how you, keeping people outside, does that make sense? And I don't know if you could bring them all to the dining room because they do 6 meals a day there as it is. So yeah, what do you do when how do you accommodate the day center for the weather?
All right. Edgar will address this question.
Thank you, Mayor. To support with the heat on the exterior portion of the day center, we will include canopy shelters to support for that, to help mitigate some of that heat risk. In addition, in extreme weather conditions, we will be encouraging clients to come inside the day center, and if in the event that we need additional space, we can transition folks to the other side of the shelter, which is the access center emergency shelter. We don't anticipate much issues with that, considering the capacity that we have available.
All right, thank you. Mr. Costello.
Jim Costello, it's a great idea, and I thank you for doing all the work on this. However, what happens when a shelter closes, when the day center closes, and some of the clients aren't part of the Barbarian system? Where do they go? And so that looks like a possible hole. I mean, it's a complex problem, but my question is, where do they go when the day center closes?
All right, thank you very much. Would you like to address that to the best of your ability?
Thank you, Mayor. As part of the day center, the encouragement in getting folks to the day center is part of engaging folks in our coordinated entry system and engaging them with wraparound services so that they become clients of the various shelters in our community. If individuals do not want to stay overnight at the shelters, that is going to continue to be an option for them, but we're going to do the best that we can in partnership with our service providers to encourage and ensure that we offer those services to them and help promote them to ensure that they feel comfortable in those spaces and accept those services.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the public regarding item 16? Feel free to come forward. Okay. So we will have Loretta first and then Richard Anderson.
Yes. First of all, I have two entirely different things. I'd like these people that are homeless, are they going to be having to pay anything at all on any of this? Because we're wondering about it. And then also we would like to know about these homeless people. Is there a group by any chance in the city where the homeless people can work with them and do volunteer work? If there isn't, that's something we definitely need. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. Edgar, if you'd please respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We have the day center and has established partnerships with other nonprofits in our community, one being the Downtown Streets team that offers individuals that participate within the program volunteer hours to perform blight abatement activities across the city. This includes different litter abatement in our parks, trails, and roadways. And in addition, offers them case management services as part of their service, and in addition, offers them gift cards and other forms of payment in exchange for their service that they provide. In terms of whether the clients will be providing payment as part of the Salvation Army operation, the clients will not be providing payment. That is not the structure of this program.
Thank you. All right, Richard Anderson.
Hello, Richard Anderson, Melinda Lane. I'm going to talk a little bit more later, but
I want to say how satisfying this format is, because I've been here before, and people ask questions and never get answers. To have someone on staff available, this is great. Thank you. And I also wanted to say I was working for YCCD as a microbiology teacher for about 25 years. So excuse me, toilets are really high on my list, and I haven't been hearing them mentioned. So just keep in mind that we need to have more toilets available wherever we expect people to gather. Parks in particular, most of them are closed. So I hope we can make sure there are plenty of toilets, not just shower and water. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comments at this time? All right, please step forward.
It's all great stuff. The numbers don't work. 1,800 in Modesto homeless at the last point in time count. 200 for the day center. And as Mr. Costello said, what happens when they go home? No home. So I just want to point that out, that I was never good at anything past geometry, but I'm good at arithmetic. And you got 1,800 minimum. And what's going to happen to them? 5 o'clock, time to go. So that's the problem. The reason that people feed in the different places is that's where the homeless are. They have nowhere to go. And they're not going to have, the shelters are full now. And I've got someone behind me who will tell you that. A lot of people say, oh, no, we got space. They're full now. So you're going to add 200? Where are you going to put them? And I think that's the crucial issue here, that everybody is dodging. They're just dodging. Oh, 1,800, that's the point in time count. And everyone who's on the ground will tell you that doesn't include everyone. So there's some hard numbers here that have to be faced. Otherwise, it's not going to end. You still got 200, okay, that leaves 1,600 plus all the people in the cars, the ones who know how to hide. So that's what you have to face if you want to manage the problem. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Any other public comments regarding item 16?
Hi, Marcy Walters. I think this is a really great idea to have a day center. I wonder if we are including some streams of help as far as opportunities to gain new clothing for job interviews or for job training. Are we partnering with anyone in that respect as far as job training if somebody's interested in employment? Also, will there be increased security, because all homeless are not drug addicts, all homeless are not mentally ill, but there is that element, and so there could be unsafe situations. So I'm just wondering if there will be increased security around that area.
Thank you. Would you like to make a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to the assistance provided to the individuals experiencing homelessness, as mentioned, the day center will have a daily meaningful curriculum established for clients to be able to earn new skills through partnerships with Stanislaus County Workforce Development, for example. Also, Stanislaus County BHRS and other nonprofits in our community would cycle through these through the day center to provide and offer their services to the day center clients. That may include Good Samaritans for food, other nonprofits to provide clothing for potential job opportunities, and things of that nature. In addition, regarding the security element of this project, the Salvation Army has a standing contract for security services, and have described it as sufficient and for the clients that are going to be served as part of this program.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments regarding this item?
I know this is out of my circle, but anyhow, so two things I noticed that hadn't been addressed. I always hear about shelters don't allow homeless in because of their pets. Has anybody considered doing a triage program for the homeless with the veterinarians around here in the county and the county shelter or in the city to do vaccinations for those pets so they can stay in a shelter when they go to these homeless centers? Has anybody else considered doing a triage for mental health? Because they come to these access points, but I don't hear anything about actual mental health being present to assess people that have severe mental health issues. And also, is there a drug addiction unit involved? Because I don't hear any of that stuff, and that seems to be the biggest problem with homelessness, from my own experience dealing with it years ago. A lot of the homeless that I've had encountered had serious mental health issues, but it didn't arrive just from nervous breakdown and stuff. Some of it derived from drug addiction. The drug addiction created mental health with some of these people. And so some people you can't really reach like people think they can, capable of holding down a job or capable of living in a house and taking care of themselves, because some of them are beyond that point and they have to be handled in a different manner. So those are some of the questions I have, some of the things I hadn't heard addressed, and hopefully that this day center might provide some of those ideas to help out with the homeless. So anyways.
Thank you.
It's out of my circle.
Do you want to comment on that, those, the very essence of what we are attempting to accomplish? Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to address the question. The Salvation Army has established partnerships with Stanislaus Animal Services Agency, who provides these types of services for individuals experiencing homelessness and their pets. In addition, at points of entry, clients will be entered into our HMIS system and our coordinated entry system to determine case management needs, which would include mental health services and other needs that they may need in order to help them advance through their self-sufficiency stage. Excuse me. Happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Any other public comments at this time regarding this item?
Sorry.
Okay.
In regards to the mental health issues, is the police department going to be partnering with the center? Because if some, for example, is diagnosed with schizophrenia, they're not going to request help. They're going to be in crises. It's going to be obvious. We can see it them walking down Needham most of the time. Are they going to be doing 5150 holds? Is that going to be, is there that resource going to be available to the coordinator that's running that facility?
Okay, we can address that.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to address that question. The Salvation Army, as mentioned, has established partnerships with the Modesto Police Department and the Modesto Fire Department, who service that site regularly with clients who require those services. In addition, as mentioned, as part of their coordinated entry process, we'll be assessing their needs to determine what needs they may be eligible for or need as part of their self-sufficiency stage.
All right, thank you very much. I do not see any other hands raised online. Correct, verifying any other person that would like to talk regarding item 16. All right, seeing none, I will close public comments and ask council for further comments. Councilmember Bavaro.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Wright for back in 2012 for having the foresight with his Blue Ribbon Committee in something now that's being accomplished, and so I just wanted to acknowledge him. Also, Councilmember Ricky brought up a very good point, and that is if getting feedback from the Salvation Army, this is a process. It's not locked in concrete, so it's a process, and so we need to be adaptable to make change and work with the Salvation Army to adapt to the needs, because not all homeless people have the same problem. You know, for every 1,000 homeless people, you have 1,000 issues. But I'm really excited about this. This is something that my district has expressed since I was elected, and this is something I believe is in the right direction. It may not be perfect, but it's in the right direction, and I congratulate again and thank Jessica and Edgar for the hard work and the diligence and just being all-stars on this type of project. So I'm be honored to be supporting this.
All right, Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a first step. When you do anything, you always start off with the funding that you have. And I know there's 1,800 or so homeless out there. Are we going to tackle all of them at this point? No, not all the homeless would want to go to the day center. But it is a first step. As we get more funding, then we could look at adding more day centers and locations. But you got to start somewhere, and we're able to get some funding to start now to see what we can do, see what things we need to change down the road, and what we need to add. But it's a great step, and I'm going to be supporting this. And I thank staff for really thinking outside the box and really moving forward on this.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from council members? I will support this 100%. I've been working on issues like this for decades. I remember we did have a day center maybe 25, 30 years ago. So hopefully this one will be more long-term and we'll be able to help as many people as we can. Are any other council member, Vice Mayor Ricky?
Thanks, Mayor. One thing I did want to say is that I want to look at this day center as just another step in us trying to address the overall homeless challenge we have in our community. This is a step, and it's when you see all the work we're doing, you'll see all the steps we're making, because homelessness is not something that we can solve with a broad brush. We've got so many different kinds of people having so many different kinds of challenges that we need a menu of solutions. And so this is a good example of something that's going to be effective for a lot of people, maybe not everybody. So we need to have realistic expectations of what this can achieve, but I do think that it's going to achieve some positive outcomes.
Right, thank you very much. So I have a resolution approving amendment number 5 to the City of Modesto's program year 2019-2020 annual action plan to identify and allocate reallocated emergency solutions grant coronavirus funds in the amount of $632,829 received from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorizing the city manager or his designee, it's a busy person, to negotiate and execute any related program agreements, contracts, or other documentation required for implementation and acceptance of the program year 2019-2020 annual action plan amendment number 5 funding, and authorization to submit applicable documentation and provide technical alterations as required by HUD, incorporate comments received prior to the close of the public comment period, and to make the necessary steps to implement the provision of this resolution. A resolution approving allocation of reallocated emergency solutions grant coronavirus funds made available through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to negotiate and execute an agreement with the Salvation Army in an amount not to exceed $569,546 for the operation and management of a day center, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute any related documents and/or agreements. A resolution amending the fiscal year 2022-23 multi-year fund budget to establish applicable revenue, expense, and transfer budgets for the Emergency Solutions Grant Award Funds, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to take the necessary steps to implement the provisions of this resolution. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Bavaro, seconded by Councilmember Wright. Will the clerk please call the roll for this item?
Vice Mayor Ricky?
Aye.
Councilmember Bavaro?
Aye.
Councilmember Wright?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Zwallen?
Aye, so it carries 6-0 with one absent.
That's 5-0.
Oops, sorry. Excuse
Councilmember
me.
Williams is
Correct.
recused.
Gosh, I was going to say, I know how to do arithmetic, not geometry. I better not be claiming. 5-0. 5-0, one recused and one absent. Thank you very much for that correction. Next on the agenda, and we will invite Councilmember Williams to return, please. Okay.
Enjoying my pillow.
All right, next on the agenda is new business. 17, presentation on Modesto's response to homelessness, including an update on current projects and regional partnerships. All right. So we have our city manager, Joe Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. Homelessness is a national crisis. In the richest country in the world, our homeless rates are a stain on our nation. The problem is even bigger crisis here in California. Per HUD's annual report to Congress, 30% of all people experience homelessness, and half of all unsheltered people in the United States live in California. That's nearly 116,000 individuals sleeping in our parks, in storefronts, or on bus benches. 1 in every 4 homeless veteran lives in California. Memorial Day is just around the corner, and over 10,000 of our nation's heroes do not have a place to call home. And finally, children. Over 15,000 children in California go to bed on a couch, in a car, or in a tent under an overpass. This is truly unimaginable and unacceptable. As much as this council would like to help every homeless person and ensure every veteran has a roof over their head and every child has a warm and safe place to lay their head, U.S. cities are not funded, nor have they ever been equipped to deal with the homeless crisis. Unlike the state and counties, cities receive little to no direct funding to deal with homelessness, and we rely on partnerships with other agencies to deal with this problem. But just because we don't have direct funding or that it's hard does not mean that we are not trying our best to work with other agencies to solve this problem. This is a complex issue that we are committed to tackling head on, and that's what we've done and what we'll continue to do. We started in our own home here in Modesto and took charge of dealing with the homeless crisis head on. This has caused us even to shift some of our own priorities from other areas of the organization that have subsequently become neglected. The homeless crisis is so complex and opinions vary widely. There are those that want all homeless out of our community and those that want to help with food and funding. You also have homeless individuals that are ready to accept help and those that just want to be left alone and do not want to receive help at all. With this wide range of circumstances, we have been diligent in trying to address it from all different angles. Even with limited resources, we have managed to secure grants and other one-time funding streams to stand up our CHAP program, our Park Ranger program. We have also allocated very little resources we have for our Camp to Home program and the Modesto Downtown Streets team. And we have examples of how we are changing lives through these programs. We have leveraged millions of dollars to secure hundreds of new units of affordable housing. But even with these successful initiatives, we understand we cannot stop in identifying solutions and potential funding sources to help address this issue. Go to the next slide. Oh, I forgot we don't have a clicker. 2 slides. That's why we have created a 3-prong approach to tackling this crisis, from providing shelter and housing to providing the requisite programs and services to break the cycle of homelessness, to holding those accountable who are not good stewards of our community. What follows is a more detailed approach on our 3-prong approach, which you can see on your screen here today. And I will turn it over to Jessica Hill, who will go through our shelter and housing.
Great. Thanks, Joe. Jessica Hill, Interim Director of Community and Economic Development. If we can go to the next slide, please, Allison. And then the next one. So our first prong of our three-prong approach is shelter and housing. And what I wanted to kind of explain to everyone is on the screen above is our housing continuum. And the goal of this is really to move someone from homeless and through that continuum. So to get them to emergency shelter, transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, affordable rental, and affordable ownership. For those who are familiar with the point in time count as well, everything to the left of transitional housing, shelter, unsheltered are all part of our count. So our actual goal as a community is to ensure people have a permanent place to live and be from permanent supportive housing and over. Next slide. So this outlines our daily shelter count. So a daily shelter count is done for all of the shelter beds in our community or countywide. And so what we do is we ensure we have this. And so overall, we have 789 shelter beds. And as of tonight, we have 101 available, with 14 of those being at the Salvation Army Barbarian Shelter. So I wanted to, again, talk about, the first, left side of the housing continuum first. And so we have 79 shelter beds. We have 246 transitional housing beds as well. We have 14 in construction and 30 pending for shelter beds, for a total of 833. So a total of both of those prongs on our housing continuum, we have 1,079. So I'm going to move forward to some highlights, and that first highlight being our Access Center Emergency Shelter. This was our first low barrier shelter in the community, and it opened in 2019. It is a 182 bed shelter, and based on a lot of the feedback we heard tonight, this is the shelter that does allow people to bring their pets, partners, and possessions. The great part of this shelter as well is it's co-located with the county's Access Center, and we can offer all of those supportive services from there as well. This will also be on the major campus of our day center that we spoke about today. Next up is our Garden Gate Respite Center. So this is a partnership with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, which would be a 24-hour facility for short-term respite care for individuals who are homeless and experiencing serious mental illness. It's relocating to 800 Scenic and increasing the bed capacity from 10 to 14. Next up is a component that city staff's been researching and looking to bring forward in the next couple of months. So that's called bridge housing. And so we're currently vetting potential sites for a bridge housing or an interim type housing for individuals who are experiencing homelessness. Right now, we're looking for a partnership and support with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services through a new grant that they're receiving that the Director of Behavioral Health and Recovery Services will explain later. Some of the other exciting beds that are happening in our community is a partnership with the managed care. And these are recuperative care beds. And so this offers short-term residential care for individuals who no longer require hospitalization but still need a place to heal. So it also addresses the housing instability and promotes recovery after acute care, and still has that social services component, so they still have nurses coming out to check on them. They just don't need the hospitalization anymore. Right now, it's looking to be piloted at Gospel Mission. There's also talks with other local shelters to have these types of beds set aside in other shelters as well. The next one is the short-term post-hospitalization. So this is the next step up above the recuperative care beds. So this is a site for patients who continue to have medical, psychiatric, or substance use disorder recovery and are exiting inpatient, but would be at risk of readmission if they did not have another place to go. So this goal would be the recuperative care to the short-term post-hospitalization for them to stabilize enough to move to the emergency shelter and those next steps as well. So the next part of the shelter and housing, I wanted to focus on, the right side of the housing continuum. So our permanent supportive housing, our affordable rental, and affordable ownership. So overall, under recently completed is we really start tracking all of our housing units since 2019 and continue to go back to track those. So recently completed is from 2019 on. And so we have a total for permanent supportive housing units of recently completed in construction and pending of 285. For affordable rental, we have 395. And then for affordable ownership, we have 39 for a total of 719 units, which are, in the pipeline for coming into our community. So some of these highlights are Archway Commons Phase 2, which was 74 rental units for affordable rental units for families and seniors. The city was able to assist with the loan, and then we were able to leverage funding. And then this was fully occupied, I believe, in February of this year. Next up. 112 James Street is 7 units of permanent supportive housing. The city was able to partner and receive a Project Home Key grant and then leverage just $200,000 of city funds to get 7 new units of funding for our community. Next one is some of our units in construction. So the first one is being 1208 9th Street, which is 14 units and permanent supportive housing units for youth ages 18 to 24. This is another Project Home Key grant, so it's specifically for the homeless youth, where we were able to leverage our city funds with a significant grant from the state. Next is Vine Street, and this is in construction as well, which is 34 units. It's across from Dr. Martin Luther King Park, both for veterans and seniors. The city was able to assist with home as well as our PLHA funding, and then leverage some outside funding that the Housing Authority was able to receive as well. The 1612 is with the Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority, where it's 150 units of workforce housing for kind of a little bit of that higher level, so 60 to 120% of the area median income, and this is in construction as well. Next up is a unique project that we're looking to launch community-wide. This is a pilot project. This is in partnership with STEP, and it is actually putting modular units or permanent housing units on underutilized church properties. So we were able to partner with STEP as well as R3, who helps develop these modular units off-site to then place on underutilized church properties. And our first pilot project's at 225 East Orangeburg, and we're looking to build 9 units there. Another one that everyone should be familiar with tonight from Edgar's presentation is the Travelers Motel. This is a pending project, so this means that we've applied for the funding, and if the funding's received, it would be able to start construction. So it would be a total of 54 permanent supportive housing units, 38 of those for youth and 16 for the general homeless population. And again, what we're looking to do is leverage the city's allocation of this funding with outside state funding as well. Last up is the 7th Street Village. It's the mixed-use development downtown on 7th and J Street for 79 affordable rental units, with the first floor being commercial. And again, this is pending a grant application that we're hoping to hear back in late summer. So it's kind of a broad overview. I wanted to show kind of the amount of city funding that was there to help support our housing initiatives citywide. And so as you can see, the city has been able to support affordable housing projects in the tune of about $22.5 million. This is funding that has been designated that we receive both from the federal and state government, which is specifically set aside for affordable housing projects. This is not general fund money. What we have been able to do is from that $22 million, we've been able to leverage $160 million to have our impact on the community be $183 million for Modesto. What that's resulted in is 1,079 total beds, as well as a total units of 718. I do want to say some of that funding is pending, but we are keeping our fingers crossed for those grant applications. Okay, our next prong is the program, services, and initiatives. So the first initiative we really touched on, and as we had our housing continuum, we realized we didn't really have a social services component to get people really off the street and into that housing and really set them up for success. And that's how Camp to Home was born. And so the goal of that is to have outreach to move those people into shelter, have robust job training in partnership with Downtown Streets team, get those permanently employed, and then once they have an ongoing income source, to be permanently housed. So some of our successes, Camp to Home actually launched in 2020 after Downtown Streets team had been in Modesto for a year. And right now we have a 60-member team with approximately 50 individuals on the wait list. Since that time, we've had 73 individuals who've been employed, which have included partnerships with the City of Modesto, Stan Foods, Del Monte, Save Mart, and PMZ. And additionally, we've had 103 permanently housed. So this is this is additional homeless people housed outside of the housing units that we are building. So this is partnerships with private landlords that we've been able to secure housing with. So one of our active programs that we offer in the City of Modesto is the Downtown Streets Team. Over the next 3 years, the city has allocated $2.4 million, and the Downtown Streets Team members individually commit 16 volunteer hours, which translates to about 50,000 hours per year in litter abatement activity throughout the city. The environmental impact is approximately 360,000 pounds of trash per year from our streets, parks, and other public spaces. One of the other key components in Camp to Home is that housing component. And so this housing component is funding that will help support rental subsidies for a period of time, security deposits, case management, and ongoing operations. And the city had able to receive an earmark from Harder's office in the amount of $400,000, and then have leveraged it with Health Plan of San Joaquin money of $195,000. So we have $595,000 to support the housing component of Downtown Streets Team. Next one is one of our pending projects that we're looking to bring forward in this budget year, but this is to expand our Downtown Streets Team and actually create an additional team that goes into our parks. What they would do is help support litter abatement in our parks, beautification, as well as also provide an outreach component to the homeless individuals in those parks and hopefully moving them towards services. Safe Park, we're looking to get this up and running within the next, I would say, couple of months, but the city approved a 6-month pilot program over in the Salvation Army parking lot above with ARPA funds to help accommodate 25 vehicles per night for individuals experiencing homelessness. The day center, which we heard about today and was approved, so this one's still pending, but we allocated $569,000 in ESGCV funds, again, to have this day center at the same site as what we have ACES, Barbarian, the Access Center, and our Safe Park program to ensure that we can provide the supportive services for those who are actually coming on site and participating in the day center activities. Next is the Affordable Housing Trust. And so in the city's ARPA allocation plan, we allocated $500,000 to do this. And what staff's looking to do right now is there's different federal and state funding out there for specifically housing trust funds. And so what we're trying to do is establish a program to leverage this $500,000 with a federal or state grant to help bring more impact to our community. So part of this fund will help support filling that gap funding. So a lot of times with the federal and state funding, the time frame to get that out the door takes a lot of time that we end up losing the house or losing the land. And so having this trust fund would help provide different seed money to help secure land and prepare for new affordable housing projects. Next is the encampment resolution funding. And so a couple of weeks ago, the City Council approved an application to the encampment resolution funding grant with the state of $7.5 million. If received, it would help support 2 chat employees, operations for ACES over the next 3 years, and 10 new permanent supportive housing units. So I wanted to kind of go over the funding and the amount that we've leveraged over time as well. So the city funding, we've been able to support it in $7.2 million. This is a lot of one-time funding that we've received. We've been able to leverage about $4.7 million with that to have a total impact to our community of just over $12 million. So last up in our program services and initiatives is our homeless plan. So in 2021, the city partnered with the county and the community system of care to complete this 2021 regional strategic plan to address homelessness. In this regional strategic plan, it outlined 8 different goals for us as a community to then begin to address. There is a partnership with the Stanislaus Homeless Alliance and the community system of care, and they chose the #1 goal for our community was to increase the availability of permanent housing for people experiencing homelessness. So as you see, that's been a big initiative for the city and really bring more permanent housing units. What the key thing is the partnership with the county. So the county's most recently identified goals #2 and 5 to really provide those supportive services that are needed for people to be able to move to that next step and be successful in moving out of homelessness. And that's the availability of mental health and substance use treatment, as well as access to community services to support self-sufficiency. And so with that, I'm actually going to pass it over to our Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Director, Tony Verton, to speak about some of the county initiatives that are happening in our community as well.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Jessica. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, and City Manager Lopez. Thank you for having us tonight. Tony Barton, Behavioral Health Director for Stanislaus County. As Jessica mentioned, 4 behavioral health strategies that we're working on for those specific goals. One will be covering briefly will be care court, then integrated care center, CalAIM integration, and intervention housing. Next slide, please. Oh, does that? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, care court. Of course, it is a shift in paradigm. As you know, SB 1338 was passed last year with 7 counties going as cohort 1 to implement care court in California, with the rest of the counties following by end of 2024. Basically, the care court aims to deliver behavioral health services to most severely ill, vulnerable individuals while preserving their self-determination and community living. The care court is an upstream diversion process to prevent more restrictive conservatorship and or incarceration. Care court is based on an evidence that shows people can stabilize, begin healing, and exit homelessness in less restrictive community-based care settings. And care court holds accountable both the government and the participant. The process of care court includes a referral process, which individual who is untreated with schizophrenia, spectrum, or other psychotic disorders who lacks medical decision-making capacity may be referred to a court by a family member, behavioral health provider, first responder, or other approved parties by this act to provide prevention and services. Once the referral is made, the court basically will order a clinical evaluation, and the result of which will come at a hearing. The court also will appoint a supporter and a public defender to ensure that the individual has proper representation. Once the court approves the appointment, there is a care plan developed by participant as well as the supporter for the individual and behavioral health. And this plan includes treatment, behavioral health treatment, medication for stabilization of the symptoms, as well as a housing plan. Now, all of those will be under the oversight of the court for a period of 12 months. The behavioral health care team with the participant and the supporter will basically begin working together and continue to assess the progress and make changes to the treatment plan as appropriate. So in a nutshell, the care court process then begins with a referral, goes to clinical evaluation, a care plan is developed, and support is provided, support and treatment is provided, and of course, individual succeeds over a 12-month period. And of course, it does give opportunity for someone to voluntarily participate when they have been referred to the court. Thank you. The next slide. Now, if an individual does not participate in the court order care plan, then there are other options, which basically we would go back in front of the judge for another hearing to discuss the status. And if the successful completion cannot occur, then the individual may be referred for conservatorship under the existing laws for conservatorship. And then, of course, the individual who was previously conserved and was referred to the care court could be diverted back to the conservatorship proceedings, at which time they will take into consideration that the lower level interventions were not successful. Also, those that may have been diverted from incarceration, those individuals' proceedings would start continuing at that time. Next slide, please. The second item that we'd like to talk about is the Integrated Care Center. This is a proposed payer-agnostic facility that will serve people with substance use disorder in Stanislaus County through a public and private collaboration to really evaluate, assess, and connect individuals to appropriate care. The Integrated Care Center will have health plan and county participation, and there will be individuals to ensure that individuals will be navigated through both of those systems. There will be same-day screening and assessment for the entry into the system and the services, same-day referral to appropriate ASAM level of cares, as well as respite and stabilization center for 24/7 use of the individuals. There will be a drop-in center and a medication-assisted treatment access right there, all in one location. This is an approach to ensure that the individuals who need substance use disorder services have quick access and they are entering the treatment that they choose to, and it would be appropriate for them in a timely manner. Okay. As far as the planning process for the center that I mentioned, we will be looking at a phase process. The first phase basically we'll be working on integration of the care center and working with our partners to build the processes for the payer-agnostic private and public partnership. We would also look at further expansion of adult services for substance use disorder. Second phase would establish our ICC or Integrated Care Center, and it will identify satellite access points to ensure that we not only have that center, but we are able to ensure that access through other areas in the county. And then, of course, we'll be looking at staffing resources. Our third phase will be looking at the same type of center that will be focused for youth. And, of course, in the same phase, we'll be looking at the youth service expansion. As you know, we have expanded a lot of our youth services for substance use disorder, but we will continue to grow that to make sure that the needs of our collective community are met. In the last phase, we'll be looking at continuum of care for medication-assisted treatment services for justice-involved persons as well. Next slide, please. The next item is the CalAIM, and there will be continued focus as a strategy to ensure that we implement and embed the CalAIM processes into all of our services and interventions. As you know, managed care plans are required to implement a whole person system center strategy that includes assessment of each individual enrollee in their systems for their social needs, as well as ensuring that they focus on their wellness and prevention. This process would be something that is embedded in all the processes with BHRS, as well as a great partnership with our health plans locally. Next. As a part of the mentioned, we basically have one component that is called enhanced care management, which addresses the clinical and non-clinical needs of the highest needed enrollees through the intensive collaboration and coordination of the health and health-related services. This basically meets the enrollee wherever they are, in the streets, in the jail, in the hospitals, in the shelters, and will assess what are those needs that will help them become more self-sufficient, and how can those services be wrapped around the individual. Of course, the enrollees will also be connected to community support services. They will have one individual that will be assigned to them to bring together both services for mental health, healthcare, dental, and other, and make sure that there are no gaps and the individual is linked to those services in timely manners. And of course, this is a process that we continue to work with both in behavioral health as well as with our health partners. Next slide, please. Another component that I would like to talk about is the behavioral health bridge housing, and this is as part of our process where we mentioned building more supportive housing and housing interventions. Now, behavioral health bridge housing is basically funding through Department of Healthcare Services, and this priority is for focus of immediate and sustained solution for homelessness. This basically with collaboration for an ongoing state, county, and tribal efforts to address homelessness. This is going to be a faster timeline than regular capital projects. So there is a funding allocated to each county that is mostly focused on those behavioral health individuals, but also major priority would be the care-equipped population to be covered. Our county has been allocated about $10.8 million of behavioral health bridge funding. And what we are planning to do with that is continue to build on transitional board and care resources, as well as transitional housing and permanent supportive housing. But as Jessica mentioned, also a project to focus on 30 prefabricated module units that will be placed on a partnership land with the city, the land located on 402 North 9th, actually it's 9th Street, South 9th Street, 402 South 9th Street, near the Barbarian shelter. And we're excited about that. We feel that that will also provide additional resources for our population. So these are the 4 newest interventions and strategies that we'll be working on. And I just want to mention that we as BHRS will continue to work with the city partnerships. We enjoy the partnership that we have with City of Modesto, and we continue to encourage all our cities to partner with us to pull down as much funding as we can to continue working on the solution of homelessness. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to the chief.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council, and it's always exciting to hear about what's going on in the city and all the different things that we're doing to deal and help manage the homeless and help people exit that homelessness, cycle of homelessness. So the city's 3-pronged approach to managing issues of homelessness is a solid approach and continues to make great progress with every new housing development completed and the access to important services such as mental health and substance abuse treatment that we're talking about. But just like the 3-legged approach that we have, or the 3-prong approach, and you may have heard the term 3-legged stool is what we have here. A stool isn't effective with just 2 legs. It falls over. It doesn't work as what it's meant to do with only 2 legs. And so the 3rd leg, or the 3rd prong of this homeless management plan is accountability. But let me be clear from the beginning that homelessness is not a crime, and nor should it be. But there's activities that whether someone's homelessness or not, when it comes to accountability, that the police department makes sure that we protects the rest of all of our community and make sure that we enjoy a quality of life that our community deserves. And so I want to give a highlight of what we've been doing as a police department. And you'll see as I go through the highlight, but we talk about accountability, and often we think of police department as the enforcers, as enforcement. But you'll see that there's a lot more to that before we get to the point where the police department's taken enforcement actions such as citations or arrests. So what I want to start out with just is kind of, since it's the police department, talk about laws and ordinances. And I think just so we're on the same playing field, landmark decision in 2018 that most of us are all aware of is Martin versus City of Boise, which in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals stated that it prohibits the imposition of criminal penalties for sitting, sleeping, or lying outside on public property for homeless individuals that cannot obtain shelter. And so I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But other applicable laws and ordinances that we deal with on a daily basis are state laws such as trespassing, which is 602 of the Penal Code. We deal with health and safety code violations, which usually talks about drug violations and drug paraphernalia, as well as municipal code ordinances such as prohibiting illegal camping or prohibiting camping on public property, storing of belongings, curfew, having animals off leash, different things like that, and there's a lot of them. So those are the things when we talk about our community and we talk about keeping a quality of life for all of our community members. It doesn't matter if somebody's homeless or not. These laws and these ordinances are applicable to everybody, regardless of if someone's unhoused or not. One of the graphs I wanted to show is that the city of Modesto has not been stagnant in dealing with issues related to homelessness. We are continuing to take an approach of trying to help people, trying to provide outreach, and trying to get people to exit the cycle of homelessness. If you look here, this is a graph, and I know it's very difficult to read, so I apologize. I'll walk you through it a little bit. This goes back from 2018 to April of this year, and the first yellow arrow talks about MOES, and we first started MOES in February of 2019. And if you look at MOES went for about a year, went through December of 2019. And the graph, what that is a representation of is what we call public nuisance calls. So we have codes that our police officers respond to, calls for service, and those get codes. And one of those codes is 370, which is a public nuisance call. And that can be a variety of things. A lot of times, municipal code violations, could be trespassing, it could be panhandling, it could be a variety of calls that fall under would be considered a public nuisance that our officers respond to. And so you can see back from 2018 to even April of this year that you still have this steady graph of calls for service that we receive from our citizens through our non-emergency or emergency communication center. But the city established MOES for about a year period in 2019. We obviously, homelessness is a complex problem, so we didn't just stay stagnant, didn't say that was enough once MOES closed. We started up ACES, our partnership in ACES, the Barbarian Shelter. We created our chat team. That was another thing that we looked at. We actually looked at other cities. We actually visited Eugene, Oregon, and they had a program called Cahoots. And we fashioned what we felt was right for Modesto and had our community health and assistance team, and that was established back in 2021 in, I believe, April. Then we had our park ranger program that the council approved, and that has grown from 4 to 8 park rangers. We currently have 5, and we're looking to hire those 3 extra ones. And in our current proposed budget, we're going to ask for more. And we'll talk about each one of these and what each one of these units and what they do here in a minute. And then finally, we were able to re-implement our mobile crisis response team, and that's a collaboration that we have with BHRS, where we are. It's a co-response model where we're pairing a mental health clinician with a police officer and responding to calls for service involving mental health issues. And so really what I wanted to represent in this graph is that the city of Modesto and all of the different divisions continue to partner and continue to try to address our homeless population and those experiencing substance abuse and mental health issues to try to help and provide outreach to that population. We can go to the next slide. So what we have done is all of park rangers, our chat team, we have a HEART team, our homeless engagement response team, that all falls under what we have termed our alternative response unit. And so here's a picture of some of those members. We can go to the next slide. And the first one I already mentioned is our chat team, our community health and assistance team. And I'll breeze through this because I already mentioned most of it, but we currently have 6 full-time outreach workers. And the goal of these outreach workers is to go out and provide an alternative to a police response to calls for service that involve people with mental health issues, people with substance abuse issues, people experiencing homelessness, things that we don't need a police officer to respond to, and it doesn't always have to be homeless individuals, but that's predominantly who we find that they're dealing with. But they're out there to provide outreach and connect these members of our community with services to have them hopefully exit that cycle of homelessness. There's different funding that we've leveraged to go along with that, some city and some leveraged through other partners of ours, such as the CCP. Next slide. When we look at chat, this graph shows the citizen-generated calls for service that were responded to by chat, and we call that a divert rate. So these are calls for service, and you can see the positive is that they continue month after month as this program has gotten going to continue to handle more calls for service. But this means a police officer didn't have to respond to this service. We have a outreach worker responding to handle this instead. And when you look at last year, 2022, we had a divert rate about 1.5% of all calls for service to the police department were diverted to our chat team, which is exciting and a very good beginning of what we have going. Next slide. This is, but beyond responding to calls for service from our community, our chat workers begin to know where the issues are in our community through emails, through talking to people, and so they also do what we call self-initiated activity, and you can see that that is also on the increase. And so they go out and don't wait for a call for service. They'll go out and proactively do self-initiated activity to try to deal with issues before they become a call for service for the police department. And you can see this is the response for self-initiated activity. Next slide. When we talk about what services chat is providing, basic needs, they're providing some food, a blanket, some type of basic need is the vast majority of what, or 40% of when they're talking and outreaching is what they're providing. Providing some type of shelter service or referral is next, and then case management referral to try to connect them to services is the top three, and you can see the rest of what they provide here as well. Next. We have success stories. Those are things that we talk about, problems and issues, but our chat team is constantly experiencing success in what they're doing. These are just two examples of people, such as the first one is Alfred, who is a 60-year-old community member who has been homeless for the past 42 years. That's a long time to be homeless. And Alfred, long history of not accepting services, not trusting anybody, but our chat team was able to get him into housing, and that's a success story. Same with Yvonne, a homeless woman who actually they were able to help get her employment, and to where she got a position with a local housing manager in a local housing manager role. So we see our chat team with success stories on a daily basis. Next slide. Our most mobile crisis response team, I mentioned that already. We have 2 mental health clinicians. The funding for that, we currently have 1 that is funded. As Director Vartan will tell you that there is a huge shortage of mental health clinicians. And so we are constantly in contact with them. We have funding for 2. We currently have 1 that works weekdays, riding out with one of our officers to respond to calls for service. When we look at our MCERT services provided, they've assisted 141 people since this was re-implemented in a variety of different capacities, stabilizing them in community, either hospitalizing or putting them on a 5150. Or connecting them with other mental health related services. Next slide. And our park rangers. Our park rangers, that's an exciting new program that we're starting to see success in. We started out with 4. We currently have 8 allocations with 5 filled. We're asking for another 4 in the upcoming budget year. And they are there to provide that sustained presence in our city parks, to provide education, to provide outreach, and they do have the ability to provide enforcement in the form of citations if it comes to that. But again, in all the aspects, we try our hardest to lead with outreach and connecting to services before we use the enforcement piece of it. Next slide. And this shows just some statistics from our park rangers. But if you look at our citizen-generated calls for service in our parks from January of 22 to April of 23, you can see that we've gone in a downward trend overall, which again is the direction we want to see and what we want to, the direction we want to keep going. And I think with the addition of park rangers, having 76 parks and only 5 park rangers it is, that's the stretch pretty thin to try to provide any sustained presence in our parks. Next slide. This is our citizen-generated calls for service responded to by the park rangers. So the calls that they're handling from our citizens who call in the parks is going up, which again is 2 wins. Number 1, they're doing what we want them to do, and number 2, it's freeing up our police officers to go handle other calls for service. Next slide. And then this is just like our chat team. They get to know areas that they need to be. They don't have to wait for calls for service. And so this is self-initiated activity that our park rangers have been doing since the inception of them, and again, moving in the right direction. And then finally, our homeless engagement response team. That is our sworn officer component. We do have 1 police sergeant. He actually oversees our 1 police officer in the HART team, as well as our chat team and our park ranger team. So he has a big responsibility, but those are the 2 sworn resources assigned to our HART team. and Officer Cabrera will go out if needed to do enforcement, such as citation, or if somebody does need to go to jail. That's usually the primary resource we use and try to avoid using our patrol officers. And then finally, it's our blight abatement team. We currently have one full-time civilian worker and 3 part-time workers, and that has included graduates of our Downtown Streets program, who we try to be an employer of those that are trying to exit homelessness. So we've had part-time workers from the Downtown Streets team as part of our blight abatement team, and they assist our HEART team by going up and cleaning up abandoned homeless camps and other blight throughout the city. Just over this last reporting period, which was about a few-week period, 17,600 pounds, and year-to-date, 214,000 pounds of abatement that they have cleaned up. And so it's just pretty amazing what they do. Next slide. So the funding that goes in that, like Jessica was talking about with housing, we get a variety of city funding or leveraged funding. So we look at what funding has been put towards the different units and resources that I just spoke about. Ongoing funding is about $2.4 million. We've had about 2.5 in one-time funding, and then we've leveraged about $2.2 million in funding towards these programs for a total of $7.5 million. And I think I will turn it back over to the city manager.
Thank you, Chief. Again, just to sum up, we've instituted this 3-prong approach, and we really have been laser focused over the last several years to really come up with innovative programs in each of these buckets to address the ongoing needs in our community. We recognize that there's not any one solution that's going to solve this problem, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to be creative, research alternatives, and bring them forward where applicable. With that, if you look at our overall spending plan, even despite what I had said earlier, that we receive very little funding. As Edgar had mentioned earlier, we are an entitlement jurisdiction, so we do get some level of HUD funding, but it's very minimal and not commensurate with the amount of needs in our community. But we have done a very good job of trying to leverage the money we do get and provide additional funding that's come into our community. As you can see, we have added almost 1,800 beds, or they're in progress, 32 positions. Our total city funding over these last several years is $35 million, and with our leverage funding is over $200 million that we have pumped into this community to try and improve the homeless situation in our community. And as I stated, we will continue to be diligent in our efforts, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Does council have any questions of staff regarding item 17? Councilmember Bavaro.
I feel like I've studied for a course, an exam tomorrow, and I'm going to flunk.
No, you're not. Success.
Couple questions here. Homeless is very complicated, and there's a lot of parts to it. My focus, or the scope that I'm trying to get involved with, is on the streets to the shelters where the homeless are. And I think it's no secret that I do spend time talking with those homeless people on the streets or encampments, trying to understand how they are in the situation they are and why many of them are not seeking assistance. I'm not going to go into that now because that's another conversation. But I'd like to ask, this is an area that part of my scope, if I can use that, is bridge housing. Can I get, not I, but the council have a report maybe where we are on, or what we're doing on Dignity Moves?
Yes, so one of the slides we talked about bridge housing, and this is kind of to be an interim housing solution. It's more like a non-congregate shelter. And so we've been working with an entity called Dignity Moves, who actually will come in with these modular type units and build to align with what the neighborhood looks like and the neighborhood could accommodate in designing these units. And so what we've been doing as city staff is we've been looking for potential sites within the city of city-owned property to put these units on. We've identified a couple that we're currently vetting out. We've identified potential partnership and funding with behavioral health and recovery services, which means they would have the ongoing operational funding to help support the project. And so right now we're just still looking at logistics and hope to bring something forward within the next couple months to council.
Are we following the model of, or no, are you looking at the model of Dignity Moves? Are you just taking parts of it to adapt here?
So we've been working very closely with Dignity Moves to ensure that we're working with them that in the model that they have had work in other communities. And so we continue to have discussions with them to ensure we can, use that model here in Modesto.
Very good, because Dignity Moves is a low-cost, rapid building of interim supportive housing, and they provide a private room. And so one of the issues you hear from homeless people, if you talk to them on the street, is they want their privacy. They want to be able to have their dog sleep with them or whatever. So this is just a different model that's going to offset what we currently have. On job training, I have a question on job training. And I know that we have downtown street teams, and that is a beautiful program, because your people are earning their way back into society. They're not making that a lot of money, but they're learning self-respect and responsibility, and they take great pride in wearing their yellow shirts, and they're just great people to talk with. I've been out with them, and I see the competition, and competitions, like how many bags does that other team have? And so you see the competition, which means they're coming to life. But I would like to see the council maybe at some point, or the staff, look into with Dignity, not Dignity, but Downtown Streets team, people who are completing that program, where to get jobs into our community, we may want to look at the option of having incentives for business people in Modesto to hire them, and then maybe give them incentives on their mill tax, to take a chance on taking somebody from Downtown Streets team who's working to improve themselves, and take a chance in hiring that person as a janitorial job, or fast food, business, shopping centers to clean up, or security and that kind of stuff. So I vision myself that would be something that would work well. Got a couple other things here. I think a lot of this stuff I'm just going to discuss privately, or I'm going to take way too much time. But I'll get together with you, if you don't mind, to go over some of these other things that
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. I had a couple of questions for Tony. Do you have a count of approximately how many severely mentally ill people will be able to, what capacity will the county have to help that group of people? Do we know how many?
Are we referring to the
Care Court?
Care Court?
Uh-huh.
So based on our projections, we're looking at approximately 54, capacity of 54 at any given time. So that's the capacity that we're building. And we've done that analysis based on some of our data on 5250s and referrals from AOT and other programs that would actually qualify under the diagnosis of schizophrenia and psychosis
Okay.
disorders.
So you're getting that lined up with
Yes, yes.
capacity with public defenders as is
Yes.
required? Okay.
Yes, we actually have a partnership with our justice partners on that, and we have statewide Cohort 1 meetings that involve the 7 counties, actually 8 now, because LA joined us, so 8 counties. And we have those meetings on a quarterly basis, which representation from here is from County CEO's office, behavioral health directors. We have the court CEOs in there as well, and their representations to ensure that we are collaborating with other counties as well. And then we have a county-wide steering group that works on the project, and then we have subcommittees both at the court and the behavioral health that collaborate together in building the process.
Great. I was aware of this, and I wanted to have everyone hear that this is a huge undertaking.
It is, and we are on schedule to initiate and get this started October 1st of this year, because the counties were actually given an option to request a delay from the state, but we're not requesting that.
Good to know. Second question is, you mentioned a 12-month timeline for patients, which I'm a nurse. There are patients at that point. What if their treatment is slower and it takes more time than 12 months?
So the Act mandates a 12-month court order process, but there are options when the individual has been referred, when they are engaged, if they accept the treatment and the services on a voluntary basis, and it's documented, then that individual can actually request an additional 12-month with the CARE Act, with the CARE court process. However, if it's a mandate, then we can only do 12 months, and then at the end of the 12 month, we would look at what are the individual's needs and where would they be referred to for next type of service to maintain their status.
Got it in your report. Thank you very much. One more thing. If you would explain MAT, what that is. Just describe it as
medication assisted treatment. This is for substance use disorders, individuals who have substance abuse issues. There are a variety of treatments that are available for individuals, and so when the assessment is done, we will be looking at all options and alternatives that will be provided to the individuals that would be appropriate. And part of that also is looking at, do they need a medication-assisted intervention at the time that they've been evaluated or not?
Right. That has to be overseen by a psychiatrist.
It's overseen by a physician.
Physician,
yes.
Correct. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those answers. Councilmember Williams, questions?
Tony, sorry, I didn't want to get you all the way down and back up. While you're standing there, first and foremost, thank you for this comprehensive plan that all three of you have put together, no doubt with your team, Tony, Jessica, Chief. This is incredible. I remember 15 years ago when I first came on with the Modesto Gospel Mission and served there on the board for 7 years, and now with Salvation Army for the last 5. All of this back then wasn't even available with somewhat of the arm of government. So I think it really is a breath of fresh air for a lot of our citizens in Modesto. I do want to state this, though, that we're not just talking about homelessness, but we're talking about the prevention of homelessness for some of our citizens in our community with affordable housing. So it's just not an element of those who are homeless, but it's helping those to prevent from being homeless by allowing and helping and serving them with being able to have affordable housing. The question I have is about the CARE Court. Is there another one somewhere in the state of California that's already been implemented that has a track record that Yeah, I mean, you don't have to go into it a lot tonight, but is that, and that's one question. The other question was, what was their success rate for that? And how was it, are we going to use the same model, or are we actually going to craft it to this particular area?
So the care court is a new approach. It's a shift in paradigm. This was something that was proposed under Senate Bill 1338, which passed last year in September. It basically looks at the approach of how we can help individuals who have a psychotic disorder, schizophrenia, who are not able to assist themselves or may not be aware that they need assistance because they don't have decisional capacity to accept services or even accept services voluntarily. So this is a new design under the proposed Senate bill that was passed. So it is new. The first cohort of 7 counties will implement that this year by October 1st. And it's a mandate that the rest of the counties in California will implement this process by end of next year in 2024. So we don't have data as far as success rates goes. We do have, though, projections and studies looking at what would this help. Initially, I know that when it was proposed, people started looking at it and said, this is the solution for homelessness. It is not. It is one tool amongst many tools that we have to be able to assist individuals. Now, we see that generally the studies show that when you're looking at treatment, of course, voluntary treatment is the most effective. But again, Care Court is designed for the population that is not aware that they need help, but they do have mental illness that may not have decisional capacity to seek services.
So is there, or maybe I missed it, is there a brick and mortar place somewhere that this is going to happen in our community? Is it going to be with the county and not the city, or how's that going to work?
Yes, so basically county behavioral health services are part of the mandate to provide the assessment, the treatment services. Previously, before Care Court came, one of the processes that we had to serve as population or help the population was the conservatorship. That conservatorship process for this type of population would be initiated through behavioral health hospitalizations and behavioral health department. The Care Court is a different route. Individuals can actually directly make referral to the court for individuals who need assistance. However, the brick and mortar of it lives with basically the county behavioral health and the courts to make sure that this process moves forward.
And there's a facility right now that can administer that, yes?
So there's not a facility because the individuals will need different levels of housing. So as I mentioned, the Care Court.
So there'll be caseworkers that come to them for that.
So individuals will be assessed for what level of care and level of housing they need, and as part of the treatment plan, the housing plan will also be proposed and recommended to the court.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate your
You're
time and everything you're doing
Absolutely.
to help us.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Ricky.
Thanks, Mayor. The question I have is regarding neighborhoods and parks. As we can see from this presentation, we've done a lot of work, throughout our community. But when I look at the feedback I'm getting from my residents in my district, they're not feeling a drastic change in terms of what they're seeing on the ground. And so I guess my question is, how are the strategies that we're taking, throughout the city, how are they going to improve the, what we're seeing on the ground in the parks?
Councilmember Ricky, so I think one of the key things, again, that was approved tonight is going to be the day center. Is so if they aren't, if they have another place to go, which have the services that they want and need, we anticipate that they'll go more to the day center and, stay away from our parks. The other portion, or not stay away from our parks, but, engage with services in that respect. The other portion of that is to ensure that we're connecting with those community groups as well who are engaging with those in the parks, and have them engage with them at the day center and offer the donations there and offer the food service there. And so essentially it's going to be, our hope is to expand this one-stop shop to have all the services in one place for the homeless individuals at our day center and access at our campus.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members? Councilmember Bavaro?
I had one more point and question I wanted to bring up. In my district, I hear a lot about homeless people in our business parks, camping in our business parks, camping in our public parks, camping on the sidewalks. We see them every day. I talk to some of them just don't want any assistance. So myself and a couple other council members have been talking about possibly looking at a pilot program to address authorized camping areas for those who don't want help, to at least get them out of the business parks, get them out of places that they shouldn't camp, and have a designated area where they can. The police chief, I was going to ask him the question, and unfortunately, is he still here? So when, if the police chief could maybe answer that question before we, adjourn. These people, the homeless people that I'm addressing, have nowhere to go. I mean, they're camping in these areas because there's nowhere for them to go. And they're not at the point where they want assistance, nor are they ready to be put into a housing situation, like a tiny house or whatever. So if I can get that addressed, because
Okay, what's your question?
my question is, would the city consider a pilot program for authorized camping areas, and if not, what's the reason behind it?
All right, Chief Gillespie, I can see that you're online. Were you able to hear that question? Are you able to unmute?
I don't see him online.
He is.
Okay, I think that worked. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Sorry, I'm online now. But when I've done research and looked at the different cities across the country that have done safe camping, I've yet to find a city that has reduced their homeless population and really helped people exit homelessness. I understand, Councilman Bavaro, that and that is what we struggle with every day, is people accepting services. It has been mentioned earlier, and I agree with it, if we had every one of our 1,800 homeless want shelter, there aren't enough beds. But when I look at shelter, that should be transitional, right? We should constantly be moving people from emergency shelter into transitional shelter to permanent supportive housing, and that is the ideal way to go. But I've seen with the safe camping, I've looked at Eugene, Oregon, and others, and with these safe camping spots, and it attracts homeless from all over. I mean, Eugene, Oregon has hundreds of people on waiting lists to get into safe camping areas, and providing services is what I have seen in my experience of trying to connect people and get them out of homelessness, is for those that are willing to accept services, has been the focus of what we're doing. We looked at Moe's. We had over 1,100 calls for service at Moe's when we had Moe's for that year period. So we will continue, if we set up a safe camping area, to have calls for service And I think that the programs that have implemented, such as Park Rangers, such as our chat team, these are still in their infancy and are showing great progress. So I think with time, we're going to see success in those areas. And I'm concerned of a safe camping part that we're just going to see more calls for service around the city. And it's not illegal to be homeless. It's not illegal to be in a park. So the complaints that council members get, that I get on a daily basis of homeless in the park, I don't think it's going to rectify that situation that we hope it might.
But it is illegal to camp in areas.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have ordinances against camping on illegal or on public property. It is illegal to camp on public property. And then as far as private property, that is typically ends up being a trespassing type of call.
Thank you.
Right. All right. Any further, thank you, Chief Gillespie. Further questions? We've got people that have been here for a very long time from the public that I'm really anxious to hear from too. So Councilmember Williams.
Yes, I want to thank you, Mayor. I left out an individual accidentally, but thank you, City Manager Joe Lopez, for having the passion for our community to even bring us to this level. So I want to applaud you for your care as well. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Any other questions from council members regarding item 17? Seeing none, we will go to the public. Derek Castle.
Thank you. Regarding Chief Gillespie's recognition that some of those safe camping options have not been successful, I've seen those figures as well. However, the other perspective on that is that at the moment, downtown Gresada is a campground. It's not a matter of should we have a campground in Modesto. Downtown and Gresada are a campground. Every evening, there's the rattling of the carts that go down Park Avenue and spread out into all the little nooks and crannies around downtown. In the morning, the procession returns again. And the neighbours and the park users of Gresada and Enslin have just had enough. It's just been so bad for them. They're really tired of it. So it's not a matter of should we have a homeless campsite. We already have one. And the question is, and I've got no doubt that the concern that some have, I recognise, that if we have a homeless campsite, that there's going to be problems. Of course there's going to be problems. But the option, what are our options? The options are that we either deal with those problems right next to a children's playground, because that's what happens at the moment, next to where people are trying to enjoy a picnic, because that happens, next to families who are trying to have peace and quiet for their children, or do we have a separate location where there isn't any of that collateral damage? We have a choice. Either keep downtown Gresada as a homeless camp, or we set up somewhere else where some of those issues can be dealt with in a different way. I really, really believe, for the sake of, I have constant daily contact with the people who live around Gresada and Enslin. I know they just are looking for some answers from you. And one of those answers is, yes, a safe camping or a safe sleeping program is going to have problems, but let's not have the problems where they are at the moment in the park. Let's look for some other options and try and do our best. Let's learn from those. Let's learn from other places that have safe camping, and let's develop a program that's as best we can. But let's not just leave it as it is. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next, Stephen Finch.
Well, first of all, let me say thank you, Mayor and council members and City Manager Lopez. This is I'm back there, keep saying to myself, wow. I mean, this is a great conversation, and I'm amazed that we're addressing all of these things. And first of all, thank you very much for some of the initiatives, Forward Together, the Police Review Board. Those are wonderful. I mean, this council's been a big part of that. We have some really great programs, Downtown Streets Team being one of them. That's an awesome program. And I'll tell you, chat, I've been doing this for 5 years. I just started as a citizen. I'm not paid to do this. I'm the chairman of a homeless nonprofit, and we are all volunteers. We do not get paid. We just go out there and interact with homeless people. We've been doing this for 5 years, and some of us many more years than that. And I want to tell you that chat is a quantum leap. It's been the most amazing tool that we've had with our homeless. I've been talking about street outreach from day one. But the one thing, you know, obviously there's going to be a little downside of that. They're churning up, you know, a lot more customers. So we have a lot of clients. And what's happening is that there's a great deal of, I want to call it like fatigue, right? There's fatigue by the clients that they're interacting with. There's fatigue by them as a service provider because they're finding a lot of closed doors, right? They get an elderly person on the street. They try to, you know, do something with that person, and it's a closed door. And they take them to the next place, and it's a closed door. And it's unfortunate that there's nobody here from chat, but I got to tell you, you'd really be informed if you could get some representatives from chat in here and ask them what it would take to help them do their jobs, okay? Because I appreciate all the other, you know, information that we received tonight, and it's wonderful. But the reality is, like, for instance, here's an exact example. I get a call from Christina Kenny, and she says, well, I'm going down to pick up somebody, and she's a chat employee. I'm going down to pick up somebody at the shelter because they're too sick for the shelter. And then she takes them to the hospital. And they're in the hospital for a couple of hours, but they're too well for the hospital. Now, what's our answer? We take this elderly woman, we lay her down on a sidewalk? Because that's her option. And that's what happens. And it happens every day, and they're extremely frustrated with that sort of thing because we have elderly people, we have extremely disabled people, and we have very sick people that are out there amongst us, and we see them. I just walked by one today when I had to run over to Casa real quick for a meeting, come back over here, and I just walked right by a gentleman right here on right out here in front of the building. I appreciate everybody's comments about transitionary housing. That's all wonderful stuff. We need it really badly. I think that Care Court's going to be great. Cal Lane's going to be awesome. But these things right now, I'm telling you, every day my hair's on fire. And you guys, everybody here has probably heard from me. I don't think I've met each one of you, but truthfully, my hair's on fire. And we are dealing with people dying in our streets. And we've got to come up with some solution. Let's say 30 beds. Your presentation included an opportunity to have some beds at 2 different locations. Those are what we need. We have sick people that are on the streets that need something temporarily, so that we don't have to just lay them, you know, down in the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Radabaugh? Maybe they had to leave. Next. Right, yeah, I saw people online, but we've had these blue cards since 5:30, so I'm going to go first. Richard Anderson? Okay, Linnell Solomon? Okay, John Frayling? Welcome. Hello. It's been a while.
I know, it has, since soccer.
That's right.
So my name's John Frayling. I am a retired attorney. I did litigation for about 4 decades. And so I have just a few comments. I just want to make one comment about the Care Court. I read all of the documentation on that. I read the law, and I can just say there is nothing streamlined about courts. And so as a result of that, I'm just concerned that if you have people who are in need, that what you might not see is an immediate result. The second thing is, and I think anybody who has dealt with physically or mentally disabled people knows, is you have to want to get well also. And so that hopefully will not be a long time issue. The second thing is my backyard is on Dry Creek, and that is also a camping spot in this city and in this county because it goes past the city. And so I believe we need to do something about the desperate problem that is going on. And it really is a desperate problem. And I suggest that the first thing we need to do is get a coordination between the city and county to find land that can be used for housing, for immediate housing. We need to do something to get people off the streets, not in a year. A lot of the stuff that was discussed earlier is about tier 2 housing, but not tier 1 housing, which is the people who are walking around the streets and are taking medication because they don't want to go to sleep. They're protecting what they have. What do you need for housing that's going to make people like that go and be there and want to be there for a night? They're adults. They want privacy. They're adults. They want security. And they want to be able to have their pets or their partners with them. So I think we have to work with this county to get land available so that we can put things on it. I mean, there are so many options. We can have tiny houses, we can have trailers, we can have crate houses, we can have tents. You know, and the Dignity Moves thing, it's a great thing, but it's going to take time. So I urge you to continue doing the good work you're doing, but to consider options that we have, other things that we have to think about also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we will go online. Paul Soto.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Paul Sutter from the Horseshoe. I'm going to talk about a legal issue, a moral issue, and an ethical issue. First, the legal issue. Martin versus Boise. If there's anybody in the audience that is good at research, all you have to do is look up Martin versus Boise. And it's a Supreme Court case that stated very explicitly that if the counties or the cities do not provide adequate and sufficient housing for a human being, this is a Supreme Court issue, so it's on the federal level, and federal law supersedes all other laws. So if you do not provide that, then a person camping in a park or a sidewalk, it is 100% legal. 100% legal. This is not conjecture, this is not interpretation, this is Martin versus Boise. And it was specifically for this reason, because what we did, and this is generationally, what we did during the Deukmejian administration and the Pete Wilson administration and Schwarzenegger, what we did is it created deficits within the recovery systems. You don't have enough detox beds, you don't have enough residential treatments, and you don't have enough THUs. And because what we were doing was sending people to prison every single week in San Jose. That's where I'm from. I'm calling from San Jose. In San Jose, but I have, you got like little San Jose over there because of the redlining that went on in this city and those kinds of issues that in this city that created the generational poverty. There was an exodus and they ended up in Modesto. That's why I'm connected to Modesto politics, is because I understand that migration. But the reason for that migration was because of the redlining policies that happened in San Jose in 1939. Now the moral issue is that when we look at people that are, and these are not homeless people, they are people who are experiencing homelessness. These are not low-income people, they are people that are experiencing poverty. And so we have to watch our language in the way that we articulate what the issues really actually are. My suggestion is that you create a bond measure that is going to tax the homes in the red line districts, because you have one. You have a redlining map. And that map concentrated wealth in particular one area of the city at the expense of another area. And all you got to do is look at the poor areas of your city, and those were the ones that were dogged out. So what you can do is create a bond measure that is going to tax the equity in those homes that profited from those racist policies. And I think that that needs to be put on the table, but we'll get people get real quiet when it comes to that. And all I'm saying is that you're collecting equity on those homes, tax it at maybe 1% over $75,000. That'll create a pot of money so that you can start with the infrastructure for the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ramon Rodriguez.
Recently, Turlock passed an ordinance that will build a transitional housing. And from what I've learned and heard is that many people are upset because not just Modesto, but Turlock's also experiencing homelessness as well. So we need to be extremely, we'll start doing research, find land, plot of land to build some transitional housing for various homeless groups, as well as demanding the federal government and the state governments to open up hospitals and rehabilitation centers for the homeless who have serious mental health issues or serious substance abuse issues. Because back in the late 70s, early 80s, they shut down the mental health hospitals, and that created the problem that we are facing right now. And also, we need to build more affordable housing because the economy is changing really fast, and people are living from one paycheck away to fall into poverty that will cause them to evict, as well as rents rising and everything. We need to build more affordable housing so that more people can stay and afford a place to live while preventing homelessness from happening, because housing is out of reach for many. And for other parts of the world, housing is a fundamental human right. We need people to stay at home, a roof over their head, without having to sleep on the street. This is happening right now. And also, we need to boost more services for the elderly, the veterans, the homeless youth, and the homeless who suffer from disabilities, mental and physical. We need to reach out for them because it's really sad. And I've been in Modesto and Turlock and all over California, and I've seen this for many years. And we need to step up the plate, and that will take a lot of will and courage to do it. We need to get the counties, we need to get the state and the federal, as well as organizations that we can help the homeless. And also, the municipal park, that's a good spot for more affordable housing because West Modesto, it's impoverished. But we need that affordable housing in that spot so people can have a roof on their head. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, in person, I'll call again Robert Radabaugh. Do not see him. Next, Richard Anderson. Oh, it's all right.
Thank you very much. This is a long meeting, isn't it? And I wanted to say a lot more, but you know what? I'm astonished at what we've heard. And it's really heartwarming. And like Sue has said, we can be proud of what we've been doing here. And so it's educational. But there are still maybe 1,800 or 1,400 unhoused people, despite all these wonderful efforts. And so I want to speak to those. And by the way, as Chief Gillespie pointed out, the Boise versus Martin was not a Supreme Court decision. It was the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, just to clarify that. And actually, as Chief Gillespie said, that decision really kicked us into high gear back in 2018. It was 2 months after our first Homeless in Modesto movie. We're doing another one of those, and that's why I'm videotaping this. And I want to talk a little bit about Mo's. Mo's is a lot like the authorized camping that Nick Bavaro had mentioned. And it really did help. Did it save people from where they were? Yes. And in the Homeless in Modesto 2 movie, we'll see Chuck and Deanna, who were two tweakers, homeless, in the Mo's. They were surrounded by help, including his mother, who was homeless next door. And they stopped tweaking, and they are now both employed with the Barbarian operation there. They're good citizens now. Real success stories. We have several of those to talk about. But still, homeless encampments are growing up wherever unsheltered people can find haven. And most recently, the April 17 sweep of Daly Avenue. I was there and videoed things and interviewed some people. And I have video of sheriff's office man cutting this beautiful camping tent that was filled with wonderful things. These people who have very little are losing everything, almost everything, because they can't get it out to the next place. And so we need to stop that as much as possible. And I think we can stop it by having authorized camping or permitted camping. I'm a member of, I started this in, is that 3 minutes already?
It is.
Well, I started this in 2012, and there were 11 people who had died that year, and they were homeless. Now we usually go about 60 per year. And that's another medium that or measure that we should look at. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next online, Frank Plouffe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I had to jump in here and raise my hand because it is, as Richard pointed out, getting late. I might even be past my bedtime. But anyway, thank you for the time, and I too have really amazed at what's been accomplished, especially in the last few years. And it's been accomplished in an environment that's not conducive to being productive. The whole thing is underfunded, understaffed, and it was never designed to really work well. So and my career has been as a systems person, analyzing and designing systems, in particular information systems. But you can't design an information system without looking at the business, which you're designing it for. So my comments are from a systems perspective. And the first one has to do with the housing model. The housing model, and there's a very nice graphic, but in light of the discussion we've heard about, it's missing a component, which is we call Tier 1. And Tier 1 is off the street, getting the people off the street into something. Even a tent is better than leaving them on the street nowhere. And we've had some examples of that. We've had Beardbrook and we've had Mo's. Beardbrook was supposed to be about less than a month, and it was almost 6 months. So it was never funded and designed and managed to be, if you will, successful with 400 tents and a whole bunch of people. And Mo's was a little better. It was, at least it was envisioned for a year, but it again was temporary and it wasn't funded up to the level where it could be successful. We learned a lot from Mo's, and I would argue that what we learned, we could be very successful in establishing what's called safe grounds or safe camping. And it's not, we learned a lot, but it's not a lot to implement, okay?
to make it successful. The first thing we do, we'd cut it down to 100 to 150 people, and we'd have multiple sites around that would accommodate the majority of the people that would go in. The other piece we have, in my view, is most people that haven't worked on the ground with the homeless have an abstract view and don't really understand the population. And if you don't do that, you can't design a good system. So that ties into the fact we have good data, but it all goes to HUD. We should have one or two people designated to mining the data and giving a report of what the hell's going on in the homeless population. We don't do that, at least I don't see it. For example, I was in discussions about how many homeless people are there in Modesto. We don't have a good number on that. We're all the way from 500 to 1,500 to 1,800 to who knows what. So how are we going to do a good job of managing if we don't know how many people we're trying to manage? And furthermore, we can break we disaggregate this population of, say, 2,000 into 4 or 5 different groups that are uniquely managed. And I think my time is up. Thank you very much for the time, and thanks for having this forum. And hopefully we continue this. The last thing is, I think the city ought to have a homeless services manager that coordinates all this stuff, that we don't have it piecemeal across different departments. And we have more forums like this to keep this discussion going. Might even have a city subcommittee like we have for other areas where we really not care about, okay, but we spend a lot of time and we have to put the energy into it. Now I'll stop.
Thank you. All right, next, Ken Schroeder. Can you unmute? We still can't hear you. So I believe I'll go to the next person online and then we'll come back to you, Ken. Oh, okay. All right, we'll go to Mizzle.
Good evening, Sue. That's Ms. Ellie, if you don't remember. Hi, I just wanted to follow up on Eric Castle's comments about the homeless and the authorized camping. Basically, there are about 2 kinds of homeless people. There are the ones that have fallen through the cracks through no fault of their own, a job loss, homeless, or other circumstances. And then there are the ones that they just want to do what they want to do and you can't tell them what to do. And those are the ones that seem to be the problems in most of our parks. If they were allowed a place, say Beard Brook Park or Moe's, that Heart, Chat, Care, the police could say, I'm sorry, we can't have you camping here. How's about going over here? One of the advantages to the Beard Brook Park and the Moe's is that it's, is because it is relatively distant from a residential area, but still close enough to services, the gospel mission, the downtown, any other services that these homeless may need if they're willing to take advantage of them. Lost my train of thought there for a minute. I just got off the phone with one of my brothers. I have 2 brothers, both outside of society. One of them is trying everything he can to get out of the situation he's in, and the other one is in San Francisco in a SIP hotel at our tax dollars. Which one do you think I'm willing to help? I'm willing to help the one that's wanting to help himself, not the one that's just living on my dime. Again, I agree. I think the care center is a great idea. I like having a place for these people to go to get help, to get the assistance that they need. But there are some people that do not want the help, and those are the ones that we need to redirect out of our neighborhoods into a safe place that they can be, for the lack of a better word, monitored And Chief Gillespie knows that I have been advocating for Beard Brook Park to be this for years. Before COVID, before these, after the homeless, after the Blue Ribbon Commission. But sorry, I'm just as nervous at home as I am on the dais. But yes, we do need a designated camping area for these people that do not want to take advantage of the services to be directed to, so they are not in the neighborhoods affecting tax-paying residents. Thank you, and I have to go tend to a cat fight now. Good night.
All right, thank you. Good night. Next, Ken Schroeder.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation tonight and all of the work that the city is doing on homelessness. And I wanted to especially say I appreciate the work on transitional bridge housing, because that takes people from no shelter to a situation of having something that's secure, a home base, some comfort from the heat, cold, and rain, and privacy, as Councilmember Bavaro said, and dignity. It takes them from having nothing to having something. And I think there's so many advantages to focusing on that, and to get it begun and to spread it to as widespread around the city as speedily as we can. That's all I have to say. Thank you again.
You're welcome. So one last time for Robert Radabaugh. Right, apparently not here. I do not see any other hands online. Is that correct? Is there anyone in person that would like to address item 17? All right. Why don't you please step up with the brown sweater?
I just want to piggyback onto Frank Luth's comments. I work with Frank, and I agree with him. Until you go out on the streets and know what's happening out on the streets, you don't know how to fix it. I invite every single one of you to come out with me, talk to them, see what's happening. We need emergency housing right now for our elderly. That is first and foremost. We need to take care of them. We've dropped the ball. So I invite every one of you. If you'd like to contact me, you can reach me through Share.
Thank you. All right. Next person. With the black glasses, yes. Or tortoise shell, I'm not sure what they are now, but you're closer.
The reason I'm here this evening is primarily it's personal to me. So I first want to say, unfortunately, I mean, my dad's a retired probation officer. I've worked for CDCR. I support law enforcement, but they are dropping the ball when it comes to mental health issues. My son's diagnosed with schizophrenia. I've called the Modesto Police Department probably 20 times in the last month, trying to get resources because he's off his medication. Takes Abilify. It's a shot. It stays in his system. Even if he took it every other month, he seems to be able to focus with it. But he's been off of the medication, and I knew that he was in crises and he needed resources. I called behavioral, who told me they have a CERT team and that I was to call Modesto Police Department to come out and do a 5150, and they take him to doctors where their CERT team would be able to intervene, where they can assess, and if he refuses to take the medication, then they can intervene. Unfortunately, Modesto Police Department refused to come out to my house and do that assessment. They did make contact with him at his home on 3 separate occasions and deemed him to be okay. I don't know what the questions are for schizophrenia. They told me not to bother them again unless he comes to my home, because I was trying to explain to them that schizophrenia is really scary. If you've ever been around somebody with schizophrenia, it's like watching a scary movie. The voices, the things they see, and they will flip. You know, that you'll be talking to the person you know, but the voices tell them something, you see it. It's like possession. It's really frightening. And it's not safe for them. It's not safe. I know my son would never hurt me in the right state of mind, but there are times, it's very scary. And anyways, I called when he came to my home. That's what I was instructed to do by the police department, not to bother them unless he was to come to my home. He came to my home. I had him in the backyard. I opened the gate. I made sure things were safe for the officers. I was trying to console him. I called the non-emergency number for the police department, trying to get contact for a 5150 eval. They need training. I don't think they understand. I mean, they were going to have somebody call me back. I said, I can't do that. Can you just have it's not a 911 call, but can you have somebody come out to do an eval? Well, you're talking to me now, she says. Why can't you talk to me? Because I told him I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go change my clothes. I'm trying to keep him non-combative. It's just the police department's fallen short. They're not working with behavioral health, and they're not helping. And honestly, my son's in custody. It had to take until he is in a state where he's committing crimes, which is, I don't know, just being belligerent and whatnot. And I'm grateful. I'm glad he's in custody. Now I know he's going to get the resources he needs. I think these programs are amazing. I'm really, I'm glad I came tonight to see all the work you're doing. And but right now, what you can do is with everything you're working on and the seriously millions of dollars that you got out there, I'd have a conversation with the police department and these units, and like she said, go out and talk to people.
Okay, thank you. That's all right. All right.
I would echo what she just said. The 5150 program is broken. The chat program looks like an attempt to kind of get around that or make it better, to get people who are professionally trained to evaluate mental health disturbances and not send the police, if you can get away with that. But I would respectfully disagree with Chief Gillespie on the parking, the camping. We've heard some comments about that. These people have to have somewhere to go. You cannot dispose of a particular part of this population and say, I'm sorry, we can't deal with you, so goodbye, or go to jail, or something like that. I would emphasize that we have a humanitarian crisis here, now, not 10 months from now. The court process through the county will help with people who are like her son, who are in the middle of a mental health crisis and they don't have the ability to understand that they are. But that's down the road, and there are a lot of working pieces to this that have to work. There are a lot of pieces that have to work. But for now, we've got a crisis here. We've got people on the street right now who need something, and so hopefully, it's an emergency. And so I think the county and city need to get together, and all these great things you'll get a lot of people off the street with all of these programs that work, but we still have the emergency that's happening now. So the county needs to think outside the box a little and try to get going on this, streamline regulations to try to make the process much smoother. We all know about bureaucratic obstacles from various regulations here and there. Get together, smooth it out as much as possible, and then start working on an immediate solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to come forward regarding item 17? Welcome.
Hello, Brad Hahn. I live on 231 Magnolia, and about 8 years ago, we bought our house there and started remodeling it, and I got involved with the homeless population, and that I watched them stealing stuff and all of that. And what I came to conclusion was it wasn't the homeless folks that were doing that. It was the knuckleheads that were around that prey on the homeless. But all that, long story short, it got me involved in the homeless situation, and I've been involved for 8 years in that. And I am amazed at where we are today. What you just saw tonight, I dreamed about for 5 years from now. And this all, it started with Homeless Alliance and the Boise decision. There's a lot of things that went on. But when I first started getting into it, nobody was talking to each other. Behavioral health wasn't talking to anybody. Nobody was talking to each other. And that's what's happened in this, is it's caused us to have to work together. And to see what the system that's being built now is absolutely incredible. Are there lots of things still need to happen? Yeah. Is there a silver bullet? No. But we have to keep going. But the thing that drives me on is this: in this county, we believe that people have to change in order for this to get better. Free stuff is not going to cause this to change. Look at other larger cities where the free stuff is happening and it doesn't work. So we've got to create a system, and that's what we're doing, is creating a system that will make it so that not only people that are currently homeless, but people who are not homeless yet won't fall through the cracks and become homeless. And it's a societal issue. It's a big issue. But to be where we are today, we have to. I'm almost got to pinch myself to believe that we, you guys and gals, have given these folks here the ability to go out and hit the ball out of the park. And Joe, I really commend you for releasing them to do that, because I don't think there's any place in the nation that is far along so fast as we are. Got lots more to do. There's lots of things that need to happen. And I'm happy that we're willing to try stuff, even if it doesn't work. This day center, there's going to be a lot of stuff we're going to find out that didn't work, but that doesn't stop us from doing it. That's the difference, and that's what's helped me continue to dedicate what time I have to this. Just as a note on the Stanislaus Homeless Alliance, we're working on a homeless summit in the fall, that it's not going to be just about homelessness. It's going to be about how can we as a community get involved in helping the next step with homelessness. My business, how can my employees help? What can we do to help with that? Also, there's a Faith Home Teen Ranch. We work, and we're going to start building tiny homes out there. So, I can't. She's going to hit me.
He knows the rules, I think. Thank you, Brad.
You could sit down, get back up, and start in another 3 minutes.
Yeah. Oh. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak regarding item 17? Confirming that there are none online. There are none online. Anyone in person? All right, we will close public comments and bring this back to council for further comments. Vice Mayor Ricky.
Thanks, Mayor. Let's unmute there. So I just wanted to say that, first of all, I really appreciate the city putting together this presentation for us tonight. I'm just incredibly proud of our progress that we're making on homelessness. And if tonight's meeting demonstrates anything, it's that Modesto is working diligently to address this problem. I want to thank our staff, whether it's CED, who've done like way too much to list, from housing to services, et cetera, to PD, who have aggressively engaged alternate response models, or the county who's working on the care court. Just thank you for all the work you're doing. We aren't done though, I don't think. You know, we got to keep working to make our parks safer, for our neighbors, for our neighborhoods, for our kids. We need to keep developing solutions for the unhoused, just understanding that no one solution is going to totally solve the problem. And I think it's important that we also point out that Modesto bears the brunt of the homeless problems for the whole county. I see many government entities in Stanislaus County, they just kind of have an enforcement first posture. And that means, you know, sending the homeless to jail, and when they're let out, they put them on a bus and they end up in Modesto. You know, and other times they'll just deploy tractors and plow them out, and then they'll flow directly into our neighborhoods, like what happened to Nick's district a couple weeks ago. Or when they clean out Tripp and just, again, they flow out right into Nick's district. That kind of those kind of solutions, those aren't solutions. It's not cool. It's not a solution. And it's got to stop. We need our surrounding community to acknowledge that these kind of policies, that being poor isn't a crime, mental illness isn't a crime, being homeless isn't a crime. We need less cruelty and we need more empathy, and we need to focus on solving problems and working together, you know? And our long-term goal should be a point in time count of 0. What we need is a plan to get us there, and we need the government of this region to take ownership of that goal. And we also need additional solutions. You know, we need a place for the homeless that are living in RVs. We need to learn from the lessons of Mo's and provide limited safe camping with rules and ideas based on what we learned from Mo's and Beardbrook. We need shelters that are more privacy so that we can get people off the streets. Because lots of times right now, let's face it, people prefer a lot of times to live on the streets to go to the shelter, and that's not cool. And we need programs for people that are too sick for the shelters but too well for the hospitals, and put an end to the treat and street tactics. This is all like really complicated and there's a lot there, but I'm just looking forward to working with everybody here and trying to keep making progress. Thanks for the time.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak. That was well said, Vice Mayor Ricky, and it was felt. Thank you for that. I want to also thank each and every one of you who are here. This is not something that we're going to just talk about an hour and a half and clock out. If I have to stay here another 2 hours, this is an important topic. I know we're not going to stay here 2 hours, but this is important. And if someone feels as though that, oh, well, it's past, not that someone did, it's past my bedtime. No, this is serious. This is what we need to talk about in this community. This is not something that we're going to just talk about for a few minutes and then go have our dinners and cocktails or whatever. This is something that we need to talk about. This is something we need to work on. And I know and I feel and I sense that all of you here, plus with the city and my colleagues, we care about this city, and we do care about those that are elderly, veterans, the whole gamut, because they're humans and they're God's creation. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Bavaro.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, again, would like to thank the council and the mayor and the city manager for having this discussion. This is good. I appreciate the staff's report, a lot of reading material. But this is, our community is a good community. Modesto is a great city. You know, we see the homeless people, but we treat them with dignity for the most part. We do talk to them. We want to help them. You know, they're fellow human beings. You know, they're God's children too. So I'm just really proud of the work that the city's doing on this. I mean, we're going beyond the scope of what city government should be doing. And so that's the only thing I'm saying about that. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? I'll just conclude with my comments, a few thoughts that I've written down. I'll make it brief. I really feel that we have a dedicated council and staff that is committed 100% to this crisis. I really couldn't be prouder of everyone and the effort that everyone in this room, including all of you in the seats, members of the public that are here tonight, that you've committed your lives to this and addressing it. Regarding, I just want to, at least mention our experience, and I can only speak for myself. But I graduated from Davis High School in 1972 and went to nursing school in Oakland. For 3 years, spent time being trained as a nurse, including psychiatric training, where I had some experiences there that I won't take the time to describe tonight, but I feel like I know a little bit about that. and serious mental illness. Then we moved back after my husband graduated from dental school in 1982, and I began working as an emergency room nurse. I actually began my ER career in 1976. But in 1982, came back to Doctors Medical Center and worked as an ER nurse. So all of our severely mentally ill patients that we see, that is where they would be. From law enforcement, sheriff's department, wherever, they bring them to the emergency room, and I cared for them one-on-one. As part of that training, I also was a mobile intensive care nurse, where I went out with our paramedics on the streets since 1982 to take care of our most seriously mentally ill patients. So between the experience that we have on the council and all of you, I do feel like we really have an understanding of the situations that were described tonight. Tony, I've worked with him for decades through behavioral health and the efforts that we've tried to do in the emergency room. I personally feel that there is a collective pain and trauma from all of us when we see people suffering on the streets. And I think that that's demonstrated by our reactions to it and the way that we spoke tonight. And hopefully how you feel, how passionately I feel about this. Whatever we do, it will never be enough until every person is cared for. I want to end with, but never give up. We've got to continue to keep working together. Like was mentioned tonight, Brad said, this is something he would have dreamed of 5 years ago. I started this 50 years ago. 1972, 51, in Oakland. And just today was having a discussion about how proud I am that we have some police alternative response models in this community. We are doing so much, and really focusing on our youth, our elderly, our veterans. I think it was demonstrated. Of course, it's never enough, but we will not give up. And honestly, Joe's remarks tonight, Joe Lopez, our city manager, I didn't know if I could keep the tears back. That was, I think that says it all, and how we feel about the people in our community. So we will keep working. We will never give up. It's all I know how to do is to work. And I appreciate everyone's time tonight and for sticking it out till the end. You're amazing. So, are there any matters too late for the agenda? All right, seeing none, I am calling this meeting of the City Council to be adjourned.